Welcome back to Math&Me with me, Nikhila Sankar. So let's get into the chapter Limits and Derivatives. So first we'll start with some few relations and formulas. Okay. So first you have the notation limit x tends to a of f of x plus g of x. So you have a function f of x and you have another function g of x. Okay, and there is some x which tends to some constant a. Okay, so a is any point on the number line. Okay, so it can be here, it can be negative values of x or it can be positive values of x. Okay, it can be anything. So it is a constant value and x tends to a. Okay, so how can you split the limit? This is for addition. So you can split limit x tends to a of f of x plus limit x tends to a of g of x. Okay, so basically if it's in addition, you can split the limits. Okay, so same applies for subtraction. So subtraction can limit x tends to a, f of x minus g of x equals limit x tends to a of f of x minus limit x tends to a of g of x. So what is this limit basically? You have a function and we are saying that the value x tends to some value. So for example, if in the number line, your value of a is here and your f of x is some function which is maybe x square minus 2. Okay, so if x tends to a na, x oda value a kitta podhu. So it can be, for example, if the value of a is 1. Okay, so you can have either 1.1 or you can have 0.999. Okay, any value that is in and around 1. So the value of x tends to a na, it tends to the value 1 but it is not exactly equal to 1. Okay, but while solving the problems, we'll substitute the value of a itself. Okay, இது வந்து problem solving காக, but actual meaning என்ன, அந்த வேல்யூக்கு tend ஆகுது ஆனா அந்த வேல்யூ இல்ல. Okay, இருக்கு ஆனா இல்ல. SJ Surya sir சொல்லுவார்ல, so அந்த மாதிரி. Okay, so this is for subtraction. What is for multiplication? Again the same thing applies. So x tends to a of f of x product times g of x equals, if it's in product you can still split it. Okay, so limit x tends to a of f of x and limit x tends to a of g of x. Basically you can multiply and then find the limit or you can split them. So first in the limit கண்டுபிடிக்கலாம், அப்புறம் இந்த limit கண்டுபிடிக்கலாம் and you can finally multiply them. Okay, next comes the division. X tends to a of f of x divided by g of x equals limit x tends to a of f of x divided by limit x tends to a of g of x. Okay, so there's one more thing which is you have a constant lambda. Okay, so lambda can take any value. It can be a fraction, an integer. So it is basically a whole number, a real number. So you have limit x tends to a of lambda times f of x. This lambda is not dependent on x. It is not a function of x, correct? So this lambda can be taken out of the limit. So you can have lambda times limit x tends to a of f of x. So basically you can find the limit and then multiply it with the constant. Okay. So you have three more theorems which says limit x tends to a of some x to the power n minus a to the power n divided by x minus a gives me n a to the n minus 1. Okay, so this is one relation and there's another one. Limit x tends to 0 of sin x divided by x gives me 1 and limit x tends to 0 of 1 minus cos x divided by x equals 0. Okay, so these are a few theorems or identities you can call them. So we'll use this while solving examples and exercise questions. So they use then you'll see, okay, when we solve the question. You'll see how it's useful. So maybe I'll do this derivation for you. I'm not doing this. So 1 minus cos x trigonometry we have cos 2x equals cos square x minus sin square x or 1 minus 2 sin square x or 2 cos square x minus 1 itana relation படிச்சோமா. So so cos 2x I have 1 minus 2 sin square x. Here I have only cos x. So my coefficient of x is 1. So what will I get? Cos x equals 1 minus 2 sin square x by 2. You can change. If you're changing the coefficient to be just x, so in that divided by 2 panna, ingum divided by 2. So I'll have x divided by 2. Okay, so I'll substitute this here. So I have 1 minus cos x equals, bringing this to the other side, I have 2 sin square x by 2. Okay, so this can also be written as limit x tends to 0 to sin square x divided by 2 divided by x. So I'm going to write this as 2 times sin x divided by 2 times sin x divided by 2, the whole divided by x. Since I know this identity, limit x tends to 0, sin x by x. So I have sin x term here. So what is my coefficient here? It is x by 2. So I can multiply and divide by 2. So this particular term becomes 1. Correct? Sin x by 2 divided by x by 2. Limit x tends to 0 of 2 sin x by 2 divided by x by 2 times sin x by 2 divided by 2. What will be my next step? Limit x tends to 0. So I am taking this 2 outside since it's a constant. I have sin x divided by 2 divided by x by 2. So this is one term. I have taken the 2 outside. What am I left with? I have limit x tends to 0 of sin x divided by 2, the whole divided by 2. So I can take that 2 outside. So I can cancel the 2 and the 2. So this term I'll be left with a 1 according to this relation. Correct? Limit x tends to 0 of sin x by x. So sin x by 2 by x by 2. So this tends to 1. And what is this? X tends to 0 now. This will become sin of 0 by 2, which is sin 0, which is 0. I'm substituting the value of x as 0. So sin 0 and 0. So this is how you prove it. Okay. Next we have the left hand limit and the right hand limit. So left hand limit na enna, right hand limit na enna. You say limit x tends to 0 minus, or it can be any a minus. Okay, so let me take it as a minus of f of x, and my right hand limit is limit x tends to a plus of f of x. You have a number line, you have the value of a. What have you learned? Limit x tends to a of f of x. What is a minus and a plus? It is some value which is just to the left of a or just to the right of a. So a minus na, it will be to the left of a. A plus na, it will be to the right of a. So when do you say that your limit exists? When does a limit exist? When you have the left hand limit equal to the right hand limit, you say that the limit exists. What is your step? You have to find your limit x tends to a plus of f of x, and you have to see if it's equal to the limit x tends to a minus of f of x, which means limit x tends to a of f of x exists. Okay, so this exists. So this is how you write some proof statement. Okay, so you'll understand all this when we are solving examples and exercise questions. So let's move on to the examples. So example 1, first subsection. When you have limit x tends to 1 of some function. So this is my f of x plus g of x plus h of x. Mood function. So how can you split this? First question, I'll write the entire thing. From the next question, I'll directly substitute the values. Okay. So limit x tends to 1 of x cube plus limit x tends to 1 of x plus limit x tends to 1 of 1. Okay. So this will be your first step. Second step, I'm going to substitute the value of 1 to x cube. So what will I have? I have 1 cube plus, idhukku substitute panna, I'll have 1 plus, I can take this out of the limit and I don't have any term that is dependent on x. So I'll only have 1. So what is 1 cube? 1 plus 1 plus 1. So my final answer is 3. So you just have to simply substitute the values and then add them up. Okay. So the second question, I'll directly substitute the value. So what will I have? X 3 in pota, I'll have 3 into 3 plus 1, which is 3 times 4, 12. Okay, very, very simple. Next question, what do I have? X tends to minus 1 of this term. So what will it be? 1 plus x order value minus 1 plus x square plus, and it goes on. So x cube, what will it be? Minus 1 the whole cube plus minus 1 the whole power 4 plus minus 1 the whole power 5 plus minus 1 the whole power 6 plus minus 1 the whole power 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, so what will it be? I have 1 plus minus 1. So it will become 1 minus 1. Yeah? So 1 minus 1. It becomes a 0, but I'll write down the terms first. So minus 1 to any even power, it will become plus 1. Odd power, minus 1. So what do I have? Power 4, power 5, power 6, power 7, power 7, power 8 now, positive 1, power 9, power 10. So what do I have? 1 minus 1, 1 minus 1, 1 minus 1. So everything will get cancelled. So I'll be left with the last one in the end. Okay? That's all. You just have to simply substitute the value. Correct edunga. Adha ellame cancel agudhu appdin 0 nu edirakoodadhu. You have one that is left in the end. Okay? So moving on to example 2. What do I have? X tends to 1 of some function. So I'll simply substitute the value. So I have 1 square plus 1 divided by 1 plus 100. Wherever I have a x, I'm substituting it with the value of 1. So I have 1 square is 1, 1 plus 1, 2. So 2 divided by 101. Okay? Moving on to the next subsection. I'm simply going to substitute the values to x. So x or the value in the 2. So I have 2 cube minus 4 times 2 square. Sorry. Square plus 4 times 2 divided by 2 square minus 4. So I have some term in the numerator which is 8 minus 2 2s are 4, 4 4s are 16 plus 8 divided by 4 minus 4. So I know that the 8 plus 8 16. 16 minus 16 is 0. So I have 0 by 0. But I should not have a 0 in the denominator. Numerator la 0 irundha paravalla. Denominator la I should never have a 0. So I am getting a term which is 0 by 0 which is not defined. Okay. So what do I do in such cases? In the chapter we are going to use splitting the middle term. Okay. Ivlo da use pannom. So enna pannalam? The numerator I am going to try to split. So what will I get if I split the numerator? I'm omitting the limit for some time. I'm only going to solve the particular function. So my f of x is this term. So I'm going to take the x outside. So I have x times x square minus 4x plus 4 divided by denominator. I have a square minus b square. So it can be written as a plus b into a minus b. So I have x plus 2 into x minus 2. P square and 2 square 4 x plus 2 into x minus 2. Now how can I write this x square minus 4x plus 4? Splitting the middle term panna enagum x square minus 4x plus 4. So I want my product to be 4 and I want my sum to be minus 4. So enna pannalam? 2 2s are 4 minus minus. So I'll have x square minus 2x plus 4. So x a common edutha x minus 2, x minus 2, then taking minus 2 outside equals 0. So this becomes x minus 2 into x minus 2 equals 0. So now what does my f of x become? It becomes x into x minus 2 into x minus 2 divided by x plus 2 into x minus 2. Now limit substitute pannalam. I have limit x tends to 0, x times x minus 2 times x minus 2 divided by x plus 2 into x minus 2. So I can cancel the x minus 2 and the x minus 2. So you see what was causing the 0 by 0? In the earthla 2 pota 0, in the earthla 2 pota 0. So this term was causing my 0 by 0. So now that I have cancelled, I will not be getting 0 by 0 anymore. Okay. So if a value substitute panna, what will I have? 2 times 2 minus 2 divided by 2 plus 2. So what do I have? 2 times 0 divided by 4. So my denominator is no more a 0. Numerator 0 varna paravalla. So I have 0 by 4 which is equal to 0. 0 by 0 da not defined. The denominator cannot be a 0. Okay. Maybe in the higher classes you learn that 1 by 0 or any number, any a divided by 0 is infinity. But limits in Pakamodu we are not dealing with that. So whenever you get a 0 by 0 it is not defined and you have to do something. Splitting the middle term or taking something common, cancelling. So you have to basically cancel the term that is causing a 0. Okay. So this is how you solve. Moving on to subsection 3, I have this to be my f of x and the limit tends to 2. Okay. So when I directly substitute the values, what am I getting? I have 2 square minus 4 divided by 2 cube minus 4x square which is 4 times 2 square. So 4 times 2 square plus 4 into 2. So what do I have? No matter what my numerator is, my numerator can be 0 or it cannot be 0. It's okay. But denominator should never be 0. So whatever the numerator is, it doesn't really matter. But here it's 0. What else do I have? 2 cube is 8 minus 2 square is 4. 4 4s are 16 plus 4 2s are 8. So I have 8 plus 8, 16. 16 minus 16, 0 by 0. So this is not defined. So what is my next step? I'm going to split the middle term or cancel some terms. So I have limit x tends to 2 of x square minus 4 x plus 2 into x minus 2, like how we did in the previous subsection, divided by x cube minus 4x square plus 4x. So idhula enna pannalam, x common edutha I have x square minus 4x plus 4. So similarly, it's very similar to the previous question. So I have x minus 2 into x minus 2 for this. Okay. So this becomes limit x tends to 2 of x plus 2 into x minus 2 divided by x times x minus 2 into x minus 2. So the x minus 2 and the x minus 2 will get cancelled. What else do I have? And I substitute the values, 2 plus 2 divided by 2 times 2 minus 2. So I'm getting 4 divided by 0. My denominator is still a 0. Idhukku mela edha simplify panna mudiyuma? You cannot, which means this is still not defined. Okay, so this particular limit is not defined at all. Edume panna mudilana, you'll simply write it down saying it is not defined. Okay, moving on to the next subsection. When I substitute the values, I have 2 cube minus 2 times 2 square divided by 2 square minus 5 times 2 plus 6. Numerator enna varudha enakku enna, denominator enna? 2 square is 4 minus 10 plus 6. 6 plus 4 10, 10 minus 10 is 0. So my denominator is a 0, which means it is not defined. Okay. Now what is my numerator? 2 cube is 8, 2 cube is 8. So I have 8 minus 8, which is also 0. So basically it is 0 by 0, which is not defined. So I have to cancel a few terms. So when I take limit x tends to 2, I'll take x square outside. So I have x minus 2 divided by x square minus 5x plus 6. How can I write it? Okay. So I want my product to be 6. So what can I do? I want the sum to be minus 5. So 2 3s are 6. So it will be minus 2 and minus 3. So I can do it as x square minus 2x minus 3x plus 6. So what does this become? X times x minus 2, x minus 2. I'll take minus 3 outside. So I'll have x minus 2 times x minus 3. So this becomes my denominator. So when I substitute the values here, what do I have? X minus 2 into x minus 3. So x minus 2 and the x minus 2 gets cancelled. This was the term that was causing the 0 by 0. So ipo enna agum, value substitute panna 2 square divided by 2 minus 3, which is 4 divided by minus 1, which is minus 4. So this is the limit. Okay. Here the limit exists. Here the limit does not exist because the denominator is still a 0 even after cancelling. Okay, well, this is not defined. Okay. Moving on to the fifth subsection. One substitute panna enna agum, the first term becomes 1 minus 2 divided by 1 square minus 1. So this term becomes 1 by 0 minus in the term enna agum, I have x everywhere. So I'll have 1 divided by 0. So basically some number in the numerator, minus 1 divided by 0, which becomes minus 2 by 0. This is not defined. So we are going to split the terms and cancel them. So first term enna agum, I'll take this as f of x and I'll take this as g of x. Okay. So my f of x becomes x minus 2 divided by x common edutha, I'll have x minus 1. How does my g of x change? It is 1 divided by x common edutha, I have x square minus 3x plus 2. I want the product to be 2 and I want the sum to be minus 3. So I have minus 2 minus 1. So this can also be written as, I'll simply take this particular term. So I have x square minus 3x plus 2, which can also be written as x square minus 2x minus x plus 2. So I have x times x minus 2 minus 1. So I have x minus 2 times x minus 1. So this is my denominator with an x. Don't forget the x. Ipo enna agum, limit x tends to 1 of f of x, which is x minus 2 divided by x times x minus 1 minus, this becomes 1 divided by x times x minus 2 times x minus 1. Okay. Now I'm going to take the LCM because ipume value substitute panna I'll get a 0. So I'm going to take the LCM. So what happens? Limit x tends to 1 of what is my LCM? X times x minus 2 times x minus 1. What term is missing here? X minus 2. So I have to multiply this by x minus 2. So I have x minus 2 the whole square minus 1. I have all the terms here divided by x into x minus 1 into x minus 2. So a minus b whole square in a limit x tends to 1 of a square plus b square minus 2ab, which is 2 times 2 into x. So minus 4x minus 1 divided by x times x minus 1 times x minus 2. So what do I have? Numerator la limit x tends to 1 of x square minus 4x plus 3 divided by x times x minus 1 times x minus 2. You see that I have a new quadratic equation in the numerator now. Correct? So this every split panla. I want the product to be 3 and I want the sum to be minus 4. So I can write it as minus 3 minus 1. Correct? So minus 3 minus 1 pota, what does my numerator become? X square minus 3x minus x plus 3, where I can take the x common. So x into x minus 3. Here x minus 3 na, I'll have minus 1. So this becomes x minus 1 times x minus 3. So what does my numerator become? Limit x tends to 1 of, this becomes x minus 1 times x minus 3 divided by x into x minus 1 times x minus 2. So you see which term was causing the 0? X minus 1 and x minus 1 gets cancelled. So when I substitute the value, what will I have? 1 minus 3 divided by 1 times 1 minus 2. 1 minus 3 is minus 2. Minus 2 divided by minus 1, which is 2. Okay, so my final answer is 2. Moving on to example 3, we learned theorem 2, which says limit x tends to a of x to the n minus a to the n divided by x minus a equals n a to the n minus 1. You guys remember this? So basically, அந்த மாதிரி termல தான் இங்க இருக்கு. Okay, so this is my f of x divided by g of x. So I'm going to split the limit, correct? Limit x tends to 1 f of x g of x will be limit x tends to 1 f of x divided by limit x tends to 1 g of x. So I'm going to take them separately. So first, what do I have? Limit x tends to 1 of f of x, which is limit x tends to 1 of x to the 15 minus 1. I want this to be of this form. So what is my x? X is my x. What is my n? N equals 15. What is my a? I can write 1 as 1 to the 15. Correct? So my a is 1. I want the denominator to be x minus a, but I do not have an x minus a here. So what am I going to do? I'll write the value of n here. N equals 15 and a equals 1. I want the denominator to be x minus 1. So since I've divided by x minus 1, I'm also going to multiply by x minus 1. Purinjudha? I want this particular fraction to look like this theorem. Correct? So adnala I found out what my n is, I found out what my a is. So I'm going to represent this in the form of this. So I have x to the 15 minus 1 to the 15 divided by x minus a. A oda value enna 1. Okay? So this is nothing but n a to the n minus 1. So now this is my numerator. What does my denominator look like? Limit x tends to 1 of g of x, which is limit x tends to 1 of x to the 10 minus 1 divided by எனக்கு இதே formula வேணும். But here my n is 10. Correct? So I want it to look like x minus 1 times x minus 1. Here my n value is 10 and my a value is again 1. So what does this look like? It looks like this form. Correct? Now I'm going to do limit x tends to 1 of f of x divided by limit x tends to 1 of g of x. So I can divide this entire equation. Correct? So now what do I get? So this is my first step. Second step enna? I have limit x tends to 1 of this whole term becomes na to the n minus 1. So na to the n minus 1 pota enna varum? I have 15, which is my n value, times 1 to the power 15 minus 1 times x minus 1 divided by limit x tends to 1 of what does this become? Again, na to the n minus 1. So n oda value enna? 10. So I have 10, 1 to the 10 minus 1 times x minus 1. இப்போ for example, நீங்க இந்த லிமிட்ட தனியா இந்த லிமிட்ட தனியா எடுத்திருந்தா what would have happened? This would have become na to the n minus 1. But when you substitute the value of 1 to this particular term, I'll get 1 minus 1, which is 0. 1 minus 1, which is 0. So I'll be getting 0 by 0. Correct? So when you do it individually, when I find this numerator's limit separately and denominator's limit separately, I'll be getting a 0 by 0, which is not defined. So அந்த மாதிரி பண்ணக்கூடாது. இந்த மாதிரி நான் ஏன் பண்றேன்? Because I see that these two terms can get cancelled. Correct? So I have x minus 1 in the numerator, I have x minus 1 in the denominator. So I can cancel these two terms. Now I no more will get a 0 by 0. ஏன்னா the term that was causing the 0 by 0 நான் cancel பண்ணிட்டேன். Correct? இப்போ அடுத்த ஸ்டெப் என்ன? இது வந்து these are constants. So they no more depend on the value of the limit. So I can take them out. I have 1 to any number, 1 raised to any number is 1. So I have 15 divided by 10. 5 table la panna 5 3s are 5 2s are just 3 by 2. Okay. So I have limit x tends to 0 of square root term la irukku. Idu paathone பயப்படக்கூடாது. So whenever you see such complicated terms, you try to convert one variable in terms of the other variable. Correct? So இப்போ இங்க நான் என்ன பண்ண போறேன்? I am going to make a substitution where 1 plus x equals y. What does my x value become? X equals y minus 1. So you have to understand, whenever you are changing the variable of the function, you have to change the limit. Correct? இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல 1 plus x க்கு y போட்டாச்சு. So இது என்ன ஆகும்? I can rewrite this as root of y minus 1 divided by what is my x? Y minus 1. Limit x tends to எழுத முடியுமா? What is my function dependent on? It is dependent on y. So I can have to change the variable of x also. So x என்ன ஆயிடும்? Y minus 1 ன்னு ஆயிடும். So when x tends to 0, what happens to my y? From this equation, I have y equals x plus 1, which means y tends to x oda value in 0 plus 1. So y tends to 1. You understand what I did? I am changing the variable from x to y. So if the function becomes a function of y and not x, limit to வந்து y ன்னு மாறணும். But y value என்ன? What does y tend to? When x tends to 0, y tends to 1. How do I find that? 1 plus x equals y ன்னு போட்டாச்சு. x oda value 0 na y oda value will be 0 plus 1. So if x tends to 0, y tends to 1. Okay, so you also have to change your limit. Do not forget. Don't write limit x tends to 0. இல்ல சும்மாவே limit y tends to 0 ன்னு எழுதிராதீங்க. Try to solve and find what your limit is. Okay, every question it changes. So how can I write this? Limit y tends to 1 of, this can also be written as y to the power half minus 1 divided by y minus 1. You see, this is very similar to this form, except in the இடத்துல 1 can also be written as 1 to the power half. இப்போ same இருக்கா? So what is my n value? My n value is a half. And what is my a value? My a value is a 1. Okay, so this can also be written as n a to the n minus 1, where my n value is half a to the half minus 1. So this is half a to the minus 3 by 2. What is my value of a? 1. So this becomes 1. This also becomes 1. So 1 raised to any power will be 1. So what is my final answer? Half. Okay. So what other theorem did we learn? Theorem 5 says limit x tends to 0 of sin x divided by x equals 1. And the other one is limit x tends to 0 of 1 minus cos x divided by x equals 0. So these are the two theorems that we learned. So how can I use this here? I am asked to substitute the value of 0. So if sin 0 by sin 0 is 0 by 0, which is not defined. So what is my next step? I am going to use the theorem that we learned. So what can I do? I can write this as limit x tends to 0 of sin 4x divided by, I want this to look in this form. Correct? So in the sin x by x, now what is my coefficient of x? It is 1. What is my coefficient of x here? It is 4. Correct? So sin 4x divided by 4x times, when I divide by 4x, I also have to multiply by 4x. Correct? Divided by limit x tends to 0, sin 2x is my denominator. So I again want it to look like that. So I'm going to divide by 2x. Since I divided by 2x, I'm going to multiply by 2x. புரிஞ்சுதா? எனக்கு இந்த ஃபார்ம்ல வேணும், அதனால நான் இந்த ஃபார்ம்ல மாத்திக்கிறேன். My coefficient is 1 here. இந்த இடத்துல I'm changing it as 2. Okay, but you have to notice one more thing. I have changed the variable from x to 4x. So here you have to see that limit x tends to 0, sin x by x na 1. Limit x tends to 0, sin 4x by 4x is not 1. Correct? So the variable here should be equivalent to the variable here. So what am I doing? If x tends to 0, what is my coefficient here? 4x. Correct? So 4x also tends to 0. Correct? X is 0 substitute panna, I have 4 times 0, which is also 0. So if x tends to 0, 4x also tends to 0. So your limit changes to be 4x tends to 0. Here it changes to be 2x tends to 0. If x tends to 0, 2x also tends to 0. Correct? So இந்த இடத்துல variable change பண்ணா, இந்த இடத்துல லிமிட்டும் change பண்ணணும். Okay? So here the actual form is x tends to 0, sin x by x. Coefficient of x is 1 everywhere. But here, since the coefficient of x is 2 here, limit change பண்ணணும். Here the coefficient is 4, so you have to change in the limit also. Okay? So never forget. So So now I'm going to split the limits. So what do I have? Limit 4x tends to 0 sin 4x by 4x becomes 1. So this becomes 1. Also this becomes 1. So what am I left with? It becomes 1 and 1. So I have limit 4x tends to 0 of 4x divided by limit 2x tends to 0 of 2x. So the x and the x gets cancelled. If you don't cancel, 0 by 0 item, which is not defined. So cancel the x. You have 4 divided by 2, which is not dependent on the limit. 4 divided by 2 is 2. Okay. Second subsection, when I substitute the value of 0 to the given function, I'll have 0 by 0, which is not defined. Correct? Tan 0, 0, x is equal to 0. So 0 by 0. So then tan x can also be written as sin x by cos x. So this is limit x tends to 0, sin x divided by cos x times, don't forget the x here. Okay? So it becomes sin x by cos x. Namak enna identity theriyo? Limit x tends to 0, sin x by x is 1. So I can split this particular limit. So what does this become? Limit x tends to 0 of sin x divided by x times limit x tends to 0 of 1 by cos x. Correct? F of x times g of x na limit is split panna. So I have limit x tends to 0 sin x by x will become 1. In the இடத்துல 0 substitute panna, I'll have 1 divided by cos 0. What is cos 0? 1. Okay? 0 kadayadu. So 1 into 1, I have 1. Okay? So we're done with examples. Let's move on to some exercise questions. I have also solved a lot of other questions from outside the textbook. R.D. Sharma இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய புக்ஸ்ல இருந்து questions எடுத்து போட்டுருக்கேன். So அதெல்லாம் definitely work out பண்ணிட்டு போங்க எக்ஸாம்க்கு. I have written a lot of exam questions, derivatives, limits எல்லாமே இருக்கு. So do check out the videos in the limits and derivatives playlist. Okay? Moving on to exercise 13.1. First question. Limit x tends to 3, x plus 3. So simply substitute the value. I have 3 plus 3, which is 6. Okay, so in the இடத்துல limit x tends to pi of x minus 22 by 7. Pi oda value enna actually? Pi is 3.14 or pi can also be 22 by 7, but you don't know what value to use here. Correct? Approximate 0 varadu. So you never assume or approximate any values when you are taking limits. Pi nu kuduthirundha x equals pi direct adu substitute panna podum. Okay, so what will you have? Pi minus 22 by 7. This is my final answer. Okay, never substitute any value for pi. Enna kuduthirukko and the limit அப்படியே substitute பண்ண வேண்டியதான். Don't simplify, don't approximate, don't round off, don't do anything like that. Okay. Third question, pi r square where r tends to 1. X மட்டும் தான் tend ஆகணும்லாம் கிடையாது. It can be any variable provided the function is respect to that variable. Correct? So r க்கு 1 substitute பண்ணா என்ன ஆகும்? Pi times 1 square, which becomes pi. Okay. Next question, limit x tends to 4 of this particular function. So value substitute panna 4 times 4 plus 3 divided by 4 minus 2. So 4 4s are 16 plus 3 divided by 2, which is 19 divided by 2. Okay. Next question enagudhu? Substitute the value of minus 1. So minus 1 power 10 plus minus 1 to the power 5 plus 1 divided by minus 1 minus 1. Any minus 1 raised to the even power becomes plus 1. So 1 minus 1 raised to odd power is minus 1. So 1 minus 1 plus 1 divided by minus 1 is minus 2. Okay, 0 potradinga. 1 minus 1, 0. So I have 1 divided by minus 2, which is minus 1 by 2. Okay. Moving on to the next subsection. I have limit x tends to 0, x plus 1 power 5 minus 1. Denominator la enna agudhu? 0 agudhu. I have 0 plus 1, which is 1. 1 minus 1, which is 0. So I have 0 by 0. Which is not defined. So what am I supposed to do? I see that x plus x minus 1 divided by x. So in the form la irukra mari irka. So I'm going to change the variable. So I have x plus 1 equals y. So I'm going to replace x plus 1 as y. So x enago, it becomes y minus 1. So you have to change the limit also. Don't forget. So limit, if x tends to 0, okay, if x tends to 0, what will happen to y? Y equals x plus 1. So 0 substitute panna, it will become 0 plus 1. So y tends to 1. If x tends to 0, y tends to 1. So how does my limit change? Limit y tends to 1 of y to the power 5 minus 1 divided by x enago, x becomes y minus 1. You see, this becomes very similar to this particular theorem. In the form ku vandirudha. So what will happen now? This is 1 to the power 5. So what is my value of n? N is 5 and the value of a is 1. So this becomes na to the n minus 1. Limit y tend to 1. It can be any a. Seriya? It has to be a though. Y tends to 1 na a value in the limit value onna irukano. Okay. So this becomes na to the n minus 1, which is 5, 1 to the 5 minus 1. 1 raised to any power is 1. So this is 5. Okay. Question number 7. X tends to 2 of this particular function. First enna pannom? Value substitute pannom. So what do I have? 3 times 2 square minus 2 minus 10 divided by 2 square minus 4. Numerator enna vandala enak prachana illa. My denominator is 0, which means this is not defined. So what am I going to do? I'm going to split the middle term. So first term enna irukku? 3x square minus x minus 10. So what will that happen? 3x square minus x minus 10 can also be written as, I want my product to be minus 10 into 3 in the coefficient. Here the coefficient is not 1. You have a 3 here. So I want the product to be minus 30 and my sum to be minus 1. So enna pannalam? 6 5s are 30 minus 6 plus 5. So what will this become? This becomes, so how can I write this? This can also be written as 3x square minus 6x plus 5x minus 10. So 3x a common edutha, I'll have x minus 2 plus 5, which is 3x plus 5 times x minus 2. Correct? Split so what does my limit become now? Limit x tends to 2 of 3x square minus x minus 10. I can write it as 3x plus 5 times x minus 2 divided by x square minus 4, which is x plus 2 into x minus 2. Correct? A square minus b square formula. So x minus 2 and x minus 2 gets cancelled. So this was causing the 0 by 0. So when I cancel and substitute the value, what will I have? 3 times 2 plus 5 divided by 2 plus 2, which is 3 2s are 6, 6 plus 5, 11. So 11 divided by 4. This is my final answer. Okay. So minus 30 can also be written as minus 6 times 5. This is not defined. Okay. Moving on to the next question. Substitute the value of 3 and see what happens. 3 power 4 and 3 3s are 9, 9 9s are 81. So 81 minus 81 is 0. I am substituting the value of 3 in the denominator. I have 3 square, which is 9. 9 2s are 18. So I have 18 minus 5 3s are 15 minus 3. So I have 18 minus 18, which is 0. So I have 0 by 0, which is not defined. So what am I going to do? I am going to split the numerator and the denominator using splitting the middle term. So 2x square minus 5x minus 3. I can also write it as 2x square minus 5x plus minus 3, where my product has to be minus 6. 3 2s are 6. So minus 6. Addition sum minus 5 varno. So I can take it as minus 6 times 1. So this can also be written as x square minus 6x plus x minus 3. So 2x I have x minus 3. Inge x minus 3 I'll be left with plus 1. So it is x minus 3 times 2x plus 1. What does my numerator become? It is x square minus 9 square. Correct? So this is nothing but x square the whole square minus 9 square. So this is of the form a square minus b square. So I can write it as x square plus 9 into x square minus 9. This is again of the form a square minus b square. So this I can further split it as x square plus 9 into x plus 3 into x minus 3. So you see the x minus 3 term is going to get cancelled. So substituting it in the limit, I have limit x tends to 3 of, what is my numerator? Don't mix the numerator and the denominator. This is your numerator. So you have x square plus 9 times x plus 3 times x minus 3 divided by denominator enna? X minus 3 times 2x plus 1. So x minus 3 and x minus 3 is going to get cancelled. This was causing the 0 by 0. So that cancel paniyache. Now substitute the values. What do I have? 3 square is 9. 9 plus 9 18 times 3 substitute panna. 3 plus 3 is 6. Okay, 3 3s are 9. 3 plus 3 is 6. Don't get confused. Multiplication divided by 2 3s are 6. 6 plus 1 7. So I have 6 8 48 4 108 divided by 7. Okay. So ninth question, limit x tends to 0 of this particular function. So 0 substitute panna, I'll have a times 0 plus b divided by c times 0 plus 1. Which is, in that 1 is d check panna. So a times 0 plus b, c times 0 plus 1. So what do I have? A times 0, 0, b divided by 1, which is b. So this is my answer. Next, what do you see here? This is something similar to this, correct? So in the formula maatha try pannalam. So I'm going to write my z to the power 1 by 6 as x. Okay, so what will be my x square? X square is z to the 1 by 6 the whole square. So 2 and the 6 will get cancelled. So I'll have z to the 1 by 3. Correct? Higher power enga denominator la irukko adu first eduthukuren. So I have x equals z to the power 1 by 6. So what happens when I square on both sides? X square is z to the 1 by 6 to the power 2. So a to the power m to the power n and a to the power mn. So when I multiply, 2 by 6 will become 1 by 3. So this can also be rewritten as limit. Now the variable has changed from z to x, correct? So if z tends to 1, what will x become? Z tends to 1. So x tends to 1 to the power 1 by 6. 1 to any number is 1. Okay, so if z tends to 1, it will become x tends to 1. I'm changing the variable from z to x. Okay, so limit x tends to 1. Z to the 1 by 3 can also be written as x square. So x square minus 1 divided by z to the 1 by 6 and x minus 1. So this is of this form. But in the 1 to the power n venu enakku. What is my n value? It is 2. So my n is 2 and my a value is 1. And you also see that the limit la a value is also 1. So 1 and 1. You have to also cross check that. So what do I have? Limit x tends to 1 of this particular term. So I can use this theorem and write it as n a to the n minus 1 where my n value is 2. So I have 2 times 1 to the 2 minus 1 which is 2. Okay. Question number 11. Substitute the value of x equals 1 in the function. So what will I have? A times 1 square plus b times 1 plus c divided by c times 1 square plus b times 1 plus a. Okay, so it is simply a plus b plus c divided by a plus b plus c. So it is also given in the question that a plus b plus c is not equal to 0. 0 it will become 0 by 0. So also check that. So idu cancel agum only if this is not equal to 0. So I can cancel these two and I'll get the value of 1. Okay, it is very simple. Okay, now limit x tends to minus 2, 1 by x plus 1 by 2 divided by x plus 2. So what is my denominator? X plus 2. When I substitute the value of minus 2, I'll have minus 2 plus 2 which is 0. So this becomes some numerator divided by 0 which is not defined. Exam la numerator calculate panni time waste panadinga. Only calculate the denominator. See if it's a 0. If it's not a 0, then calculate the whole fraction. If it's a 0, just write it as non-defined and try to do some other computation. Okay. So if idu panna LCM edutha enna agum? This becomes limit x tends to minus 2. When I take the LCM of the numerator, I have 2 plus x divided by 2x. The whole divided by x plus 2. Adu eppadi edulama? The whole divided by x plus 2. So this is one term. Put a bracket. So now I have limit x tends to minus 2. X plus 2 divided by 2x. Division can also become multiplication when I take the reciprocal. Correct? Division multiplication of marchna, this particular term will become a reciprocal. So now I can cancel the x plus 2 and the x plus 2. What am I left with? Limit x tends to minus 2 of 1 by 2x. So if x ku value substitute panna, I'll have 1 divided by 2 times minus 2 which is minus 1 by 4. Purinjada? Question number 13. X is 0 substitute panna, I'll have sin 0 divided by 0. So I'll have 0 by 0 which is not defined. So what is my next step? I'm going to use the theorem that we learned. So limit x tends to 0, sin x by x equals 1. But in the sin x oda coefficient enna? A. So what am I going to do? Limit x tends to 0 of sin ax divided by ax because I want the coefficients to match. Correct? Times ax. Since I have divided by ax, I also have to multiply by ax. The whole divided by in the denominator. Okay? Don't forget the actual denominator that you have. Now, since this becomes 1 only when the limit also tends to 0. If limit enna irukku x in irukku, but what is the coefficient here? It is a. So when x tends to 0, ax also tends to 0. So here the limit becomes ax. Okay, don't forget to change the limit. So if enna irukku, I have limit ax tends to 0 of sin ax divided by ax, and I have another term limit ax tends to 0 of ax divided by bx. Correct? In the term one irukku, in the term one irukku. So this particular term becomes 1 according to the identity. So I have 1 times இந்த இடத்துல x cancel பண்ணனும், otherwise this becomes a 0 by 0. So cancel the x and the x. So what am I left with? 1 times a divided by b which is a divided by b. Okay. Question number 14. X is 0 substitute panna. I'll again have a 0 by 0 term. Correct? So either compute panna, I'll have 0 by 0 which is not defined. So what am I going to do? I'm again going to use the identity. So I have limit x tends to 0 of sine ax divided by ax into ax. Okay, so to match the coefficient. If x tends to 0, ax also tends to 0. So this is my numerator. What does my denominator become? Limit x tends to 0 of sine bx. My coefficient is a b. So I need bx times bx. Multiply and divide by bx. Since limit x tends to 0, bx also tends to 0. Limit amata marandradinga. So when I use the identity that we learned, this particular term becomes a 1 and this particular term becomes a 1. So what am I left with? Limit ax tends to 0, ax divided by limit bx tends to 0 of bx. Okay, so in the x so x cancel achna, I'm again left with a divided by b which are independent of the limit. Okay, cancel pannadhukku apparama we don't have any terms that is dependent on x, so I can take this outside. So I have a limit ax tends to 0 and b limit bx tends to 0. So it will become simply a by b. Okay. Question number 15. Substitute the value of pi. So I'll have sine of pi minus pi which is sine 0 0. In the இடத்துலயும் pi substitute பண்ணா pi minus pi 0. So பண்ணக்கூடாது. So I'm going to change the variable. I'm going to take pi minus x to be y. So what will be my value of x? X இந்த பக்கம் கொண்டு போனா it will be pi minus y. Okay, so I'm going to change my variable. Limit if x tends to pi, what will happen to my y? Y will tend to pi minus pi which is 0. So y tends to 0. So I have limit y tends to 0 of sine pi minus y. X can also be written as pi minus y. Correct? So pi minus y divided by pi times pi minus y. Don't forget to put the bracket and a minus sign. So what do I have? Limit y tends to 0 sine of pi minus pi plus y. Minus ulla multiply panna pi minus pi plus y divided by pi times pi minus pi plus y. So what do I have? Limit y tends to 0 1 by pi. Correct? Sine y divided by y. So limit y tends to 0 sine y by y is nothing but 1. Instead of x, you have a y here. Out of the difference. So this particular term becomes a 1 and I have a constant inside. So this is 1 divided by pi. The constant comes out and the limit becomes a 1. So it is 1 by pi times 1 which is 1 by pi. Okay. So either value substitute panna when x is equal to 0, I have cos 0 divided by pi minus 0. Cos 0 value is 1 divided by pi. This is very, very simple. Okay. Question number 17. And I substitute the value of 0 and I go cos 0 minus 1, which is 1 minus 1 divided by cos 0 minus 1. So this is 0 by 0 not defined. So what am I going to do? Cos 2x can theriyum. Cos 2x is nothing but 1 minus 2 sine square x. Also cos x irukku. So cos x the coefficient is 1. So I'm going to divide by 2. So I'll have 1 minus 2 sine square x by 2. Since I'm dividing by 2, the coefficient of this will become x divided by 2. So this can also be rewritten as limit x tends to 0 of 1 minus 2 sine square x minus 1 divided by 1 minus 2 sine square x by 2 minus 1. So then I go, the 1 and the minus 1 gets cancelled. 1 and the minus 1 gets cancelled. Minus 2 cancel. I know. 2 and 2 will also get cancelled. I write it here. I'll have 2 sine square x divided by minus 2 sine square x divided by 2. You have to understand that this x divided by 2 is the angle. Sine oda angle. Correct? This is the whole denominator. This is only the coefficient of x inside the sine function. Okay? 2 and the 2 gets cancelled. Minus and minus gets cancelled. So I'll be left with sine x times sine x divided by sine x by 2 times sine x divided by 2. All this inside the limit. Limit x tends to 0. Now, நம்மளோட theorem I have sin x divided by x equals 1. So I have sin x already. I'm going to multiply and divide by x 2 times. So I'll have limit x tends to 0 of sin x divided by x times sin x divided by x. since I have divided it by x 2 times, I am going to multiply it by x square, correct? Nullify aidchna and again get sin x by sin x. Similarly, what happens to the denominator? Limit x tends to 0 of sin x divided by 2 divided by, I need to divide it by x divided by 2. Correct? In the coefficient x by 2, so inge x by 2 irukano. So if x tends to 0, x by 2 also tends to 0. Don't forget to change the limit. I have another x by 2, so I'll have sin x by 2 divided by x by 2. So I have to multiply by x square by 4. Correct? X by 2 into x by 2, which is x square by 4. So what happens? Limit x tends to 0 of sin x is 1. Limit x tends to 0 of sin x by x is 1. Limit x by 2 tends to 0 of sin x by 2 by x by 2 is 1. In the term, it becomes a 1. So what am I left with? Limit x tends to 0 of x square divided by x square by 4. Correct? So x square and the x square gets cancelled. I no more have any function which is dependent on x. So 1 by 4 veliyila edukalama. So this becomes a 4. Okay? 1 divided by 1 by 4, which will become a 1. 1 divided by 1 by 4, reciprocal edutha 1 into 4. Okay? So it becomes a 4. 18th question. X tends to 0. So 0 substitute panna, 0 plus 0 divided by sin 0 is also 0. So enna varudhu 0 by 0 not defined. So what am I supposed to do? Take something common, split the middle term. Yedo onnu I have to cancel a few terms. So what will I have? Limit x tends to 0. X a common edukalama numerator la irundhu. So I'll have x times a plus cos x divided by b sin x. I have a sin x. Appo indha theorem use pannalama. So I'll write it as sin x divided by x times x. Denominator liye I am going to multiply and divide by x. So what will my limit become? Limit x tends to 0 of numerator is x times a plus cos x divided by, my denominator will become x tends to 0 of x into b is a constant. So it will come out of the limit x times sin x divided by x. So I know limit x tends to 0 of sin x by x is 1. This x and this x is going to get cancelled. In the x cancel achna, I'll be left with 1 divided by b. You see this? 1 divided by b of limit x tends to 0 of a plus cos x divided by 1. Limit x tends to 0 of sin x by x is 1. So in that x is 0 substitute panna, I have 1 divided by b of a plus cos 0 is 1. Okay, so it will be a plus 1 divided by b. Okay. Next question. X tends to 0. Appo, it will be, what is secant x? 1 divided by cos x. So this can also be written as x tends to 0 of x divided by cos x. Substituting the value of 0, I have 0 divided by cos 0. Cos 0 is 1. So I have 0 divided by 1, which is 0. Denominator la 0 varakudadu. Numerator can be a 0. Okay. Question number 20. Limit x tends to 0 of this particular term. So 0 substitute panna, sin 0 0 plus 0 divided by ax 0. Sin 0 is again 0. So I have 0 divided by 0, which is not defined. So what am I going to do? In the identity use panna poren, because I see a sign. So I'm going to use this particular identity. You'll be using this a lot. Okay. This and this. So you have limit x tends to 0 of sin ax. I want it to be divided by ax. I'm going to divide and multiply by ax. Okay, this is your first term, plus you have a bx. Okay, in the term is this and I have this, don't forget, divided by limit x tends to 0 of ax plus again sin bx divided by bx times dx. Okay, va? So since I want a bx, I'm going to multiply and divide by bx. So this particular term becomes a 0. So since x tends to 0, bx tends to 0. Numerator la, since x tends to 0, ax tends to 0. Okay, so this particular term will become a 1 and this particular term will become a 1. So in the term, including the limit, okay, so this term will become a 1. So what will be my final result? Limit x tends to 0 of ax plus bx, the whole divided by limit x tends to 0 of ax plus bx. Now I'm going to cancel the entire ax plus bx and entire ax plus bx. So I'll be left with 1 divided by 1. Doesn't matter whatever my limit is. And no term is dependent on the function x. So I have a 1. Okay. Question number 21. limit x tends to 0, cosecant x minus cot x. So in the marla questions always convert them in the form of sine and cos because those are the known trigonometric functions. So sine and cos it will be very easy. You also know the values by heart. 0, 1 by 2, 1 by root 2, root 3 by 2, 1. Cos ka adoda reverse. So secant, cosecant na and the values are mind la vechittu you have to find the reciprocal also. So always convert them into sine and cos. Okay. So I have limit x tends to 0 of 1 divided by sin x. Cosecant x is 1 divided by sin x minus cot x and cos x divided by sin x. I'm going to take the LCM. I have 1 minus cos x divided by sin x. So limit x tends to 0, 1 minus cos x divided by sin x. If 1 minus cos x can also be written as basically cos 2x is 1 minus 2 sin square x by 2. So sin x. So cos x is 1 minus 2 sin square x by 2. Or step sorry. So cos 2x will become 1 minus 2 sin square x. So cos x coefficient 1 achina, this will become 1 by 2. Correct? So I have cos x to be 1 minus 2 sin square x. So 1 minus cos x is 2 sin square x by 2. Innor relation enna theriyum? Sin 2x is 2 sin x cos x. So similarly sin x will be 2 sin x divided by 2 cos x divided by 2. So I'm going to apply that relation here. So I have limit x tends to 0 of 1 minus cos x is 2 sin square x by 2. So I have 2 sin square x by 2 divided by sin x and 2 sin x by 2 cos x by 2. 2 sin x by 2 cos x by 2. Now you see that the variable has changed from x to x by 2. So if x tends to 0, x by 2 also tends to 0. Okay, don't forget to change your limit. So 2 and 2 will get cancelled. Sin x or sin x cancel idom. So I'll have sin x by 2 divided by cos x by 2 which is tan x by 2. So I have limit x by 2 tends to 0 tan x by 2. Substituting the value of 0, I have tan 0. Tan 0 is sin 0 by cos 0 which is 0. Okay. Question number 22. Limit x tends to pi by 2 of tan 2x. இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல substitute பண்ணா என்ன ஆகும்? Tan of 2 times pi by 2 divided by pi by 2 minus pi by 2. Numerator என்னவா இருந்தாலும் denominator என்ன? 0. So it is not defined. Tan pi is also 0. So it is 0 by 0 which is not defined. So what do I do? I'm going to change the variable. So x minus pi by 2 which is in the denominator. I'm going to write it as y. So x oda value என்ன? Y plus pi divided by 2. So if x tends to pi by 2, what happens to y? Y will become x minus pi by 2 which is pi by 2 minus pi by 2 which is 0. So if x tends to pi by 2, y tends to 0. Change your limits. Limit maathunga, variable maathina, limit has to be changed. Okay. So what do I have? Limit y tends to 0 of tan 2x. X is nothing but y plus pi by 2. So I have tan 2 of y plus pi by 2. You have to understand that this whole thing is an angle. Okay, wow? 2 taniya, idu taniya nu pirichu ezhiradinga. So I have tan x. This is my whole angle. Okay. So x ku substitute panniyachu. Divided by, I have a x minus pi by 2 which I am going to simply write it as y. Okay. So inga enna agum? I have limit y tends to 0 of tan. In the 2 ulla multiply panna, I'll have tan of 2y plus pi divided by y. Okay. Tan of pi plus theta enna? Tan of pi plus theta. Where are we? Which quadrant are we? Pi plus theta. Na, this is my pi and this is my theta. So we are in the third quadrant. First, second, third and fourth. What have you learned? All silver tea cups. Trigonometry la padchona porka. So tan pi plus theta, we are in the third quadrant and t na tan is positive. So what do I have? Tan of pi plus theta is tan theta. What is my theta here? 2y. Okay, va? So this will be limit y tends to 0 of tan 2y divided by y. Okay, tan 2y can also be written as sin y by cos y. Correct? So I'm going to write this as limit y tends to 0 of sin 2y divided by cos 2y times y. Don't forget the y that we already have. Okay. So in that case, sin 2y irukku. Sin vandadunala we can use this theorem. So but you see I have a 2y here. Appo inga enna pannalam? I can multiply and divide by 2. So sin 2y divided by sin 2y. This becomes a 1. If y tends to 0, 2y also tends to 0. So what happens? Limit 2y tends to 0 of sine 2y divided by 2y times, don't forget this 2 divided by cos 2y irukku. So idu enna agum, limit 2y tends to 0 of 2 divided by cos 2y. So this becomes a 1 and I have 1 times 2y substitute panna 2 divided by cos 0. So I have 1 times 2 divided by 1 which is 2. Clear? Moving on to question number 23. You have to find the limit x tends to 0 of f of x and limit x tends to 1 of f of x where your f of x is this particular function. So இப்போ இவ்வளவு நேரம் நம்ம எப்படி சால்வ் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தோம், ஒரே ஒரு ஃபங்க்ஷன் தான் இருக்குது. இப்போ x tends to 0 னா to which function will you substitute the value of 0? இதுக்கு substitute பண்ணுவீங்களா, இதுக்கு substitute பண்ணுவீங்களா? You don't know. You have two functions which is called f of x, but you are also given the inequality. X is less than or equal to 0 and x greater than 0. So அப்ப less than or equal to in the function, greater than in the function. Correct? But you have to find the limit of one particular function which is f of x. But I have two equations. Correct? So இந்த மாதிரி questions எப்படி approach பண்றது? We have learned left hand limit and right hand limit. Correct? So what is my left hand limit? Limit x tends to a minus, where a in the case la is 0. So a minus of f of x should be equal to limit x tends to a plus of f of x. This is my right hand limit. Correct? So left hand limit should be equal to the right hand limit. இப்படி இருந்ததுனா I can say that limit x tends to a of f of x exists. Okay, so basically left hand limit and right hand limit and கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டு if they are equal, you'll equate it to this particular thing. So இது வந்துருச்சுனா இது வந்துரும். Okay, so இப்போ first subsection என்ன பண்ணலாம், limit x tends to 0 minus, this is my left hand limit, 0 minus of f of x, which will be limit x tends to 0 minus of which f of x will you take? You have a number line, you have the value 0 here, so 0 minus na it is to the left of 0. Correct? So left of 0 na eppadi irukum, I'll be taking this particular function. It is x less than or equal to 0 of 2x plus 3. So my f of x is 2x plus 3 when we are taking the left hand limit. Ena 0 ku left side la paakrom. Correct? So I'll have 2x plus 3 which will be x ku 0 substitute panna, I'll have 2 times 0 plus 3 which will be 0 plus 3 3. Ipo right hand limit enna agum, limit x tends to 0 plus of f of x, which is limit x tends to 0 plus of f of x enna. Ipo I'm talking about 0 plus, appo it is to the right of 0. 0 plus na which is greater than 0. So I'll take this particular function x greater than 0 ku I'll have 3 into x plus 1. So I'll have 3 times x plus 1 which is 3 times 0 substitute panna 0 plus 1 which is 3. Okay, what do I see? Left hand limit equals to the right hand limit. Correct? So how do I write my final step? Limit x tends to 0 minus of f of x equals limit x tends to 0 plus of f of x, which means this is also equal to limit x tends to 0 a plus a minus a. Okay, x tends to 0 of f of x, which means limit x tends to f of x exists where the value is 3. புரிஞ்சுதா? இப்படிதான் ஃபைனல் ஆன்சர் எழுதணும். You have to find the left hand limit, right hand limit, see if those two are equal. Equal na equated to the actual limit. Actual limit க்கு எழுதிட்டு you have to write limit f of x exists where x equals, where the answer is 3. Okay, so this is the first subsection. இன்னொன்னு second subsection இருக்கு. Please copy this, I'll write it down. So what will happen for limit x tends to 1? I have to find the left hand limit, which is 1 minus, left hand limit na minus. So limit x tends to 1 minus of f of x, which is limit x tends to 1 minus. So we are dealing with, this is for 0. So we are dealing with the value of 1. So to the left of 1, what do I have? I have the 0 here. But left hand limit nu paakumbodhu 1 ku close ah paakanum. You have to look for the values which is very very close to 1 but which is to the left of 1. So which value do I take? If it becomes x less than or equal to 0, in the function edukka mudiyuma? Edukka kudadu, because this function is for these values, but I am looking for the value which is after 0. It is very very close to 1. So the value is definitely after 0. It is greater than 0. So in the function edukave kudadu. For left hand limit, I'll take this particular function because I'm looking at values which are very close to 1. So it has to be greater than 0. Punjada? So I have limit x tends to 1 minus of 3 times x plus 1 When I substitute the value of 1, what is the value now? 1. So it will be 3 times 1 plus 1, which is 3 into 2, which is 6. Similarly, x tends to 1 plus, I am looking for the right hand limit. So f of x value right hand, it is definitely greater than 1. So it is definitely greater than 0. So again you take this particular function. So limit x tends to 1 plus of 3 times x plus 1 equals 3 times 1 plus 1, which is again 3 times 2, 6. The left hand limit and the right hand limits are equal. So I have left hand limit equal to the right hand limit, which is equal to 6, which is the value of f of x. And x tends to 1. Okay, so this is the value of the limit. The limit exists. Okay, limit x tends to 1 of f of x exists. This is how you write the final answer. Now, this all question please write it down in your exam. Okay. Question number 24. We have a very similar question, but in the value it is 1. I have to find the limit x tends to 1 which of f of x. I have two different functions. So, I have left hand limit and right hand limit. Okay. So, what is my left hand limit? Limit x tends to 1 minus of f of x, which is limit x tends to 1 minus of, what is my f of x? 1 minus na, we are looking at the values which are left, which are to the left of 1, which is very, very close to 1. So, it is definitely greater than 0. Okay, always remember. So, we are looking for values which is very, very close to 1, but to the left of 1. So, either you know x less than or equal to 1. So, I will be taking this particular function. Okay. So, it is x square minus 1. When I substitute the value of 1, I'll have 1 square minus 1, which is 0. Similarly, right hand limit limit x tends to 1 plus of f of x, which is limit x tends to 1 plus. 1 plus now I'm looking for the values which are to the right of 1, but are very, very close to 1. Abdina 2 kulle irkom. Okay. Always remember, it is always between the actual whole numbers 0 and 2, but it is very, very close to 1. So 1 is just greater, 1 is just lesser. Okay. So only the just values we are going to see. So 1 plus now x greater than 1. So I'll take this particular function. So it is minus x square minus 1. So which will be 1 substitute panna, I'll have minus of 1 square minus 1, which is minus 1 minus 1 minus 2. What do you see? The left hand limit is not equal to the right hand limit. So the left hand limit is not equal to the right hand limit. So what is asked? Limit x tends to 1 of f of x does not exist. Okay. Only if the left hand limit is equal to the right hand limit, you equate it to the given function. Illati it does not exist. Okay. Question number 25. Limit x tends to 0 of f of x, where f of x is this given function. So, if we question we had x less than or equal to 0 or greater than 0. In the condition in the we have x not equal to 0 and x equal to 0. But not equal to 0 na x is either greater than 0 or it is less than 0. Equal to 0 they have already given. So this is equivalent to writing x greater than 0 or x less than 0. Okay, in the end condition we can take this particular function. If it is not equal to 0 na 0 kadayadu. So it is either to the left of 0 or it is to the right of 0. If it is equal to 0, it is 0. Okay. So again left hand limit. Limit x tends to 0 minus of f of x, which is limit x tends to 0 minus of mod x divided by x. Now mod x na enna? Mod x can take the value x or minus x. So we have two values for mod x, correct? So if we are dealing with the left hand limit, left hand na 0 ku left la irukku. We are dealing with the number 0, okay? 0 ku left la ellame negative numbers, 0 ku right la you always have positive numbers, correct? So when we are dealing with the left hand limit, mod x becomes minus x because we are dealing with negative numbers. So this becomes minus x divided by x. The x and the x will get cancelled, so I'll have minus 1. Okay? Include the limit here. So I'll have limit x tends to 0 minus of minus x divided by x. The x and the x will get cancelled, so I'll have minus 1. This right hand limit limit x tends to 0 plus of f of x. What is your function? It is again mod x by x, correct? But this time your x value will take the positive x because x tends to 0 plus now we are dealing with the number which are to the right of 0, so it will be positive. So mod x enago, it will take the value of positive x. So I'll have x divided by x, which is 1. So what do I see? The left hand limit is not equal to the right hand limit. Left hand limit was the minus 1. Right hand limit is 1. So they are not equal. So limit x tends to 0 of f of x, whatever is asked in the question, does not exist. Okay, you have to make sure that the LHL and RHL are equal. இது ரெண்டும் ஈக்குவலா இருந்தா தான் லிமிட் இருக்கும், இல்லாட்டி லிமிட் does not exist. எக்ஸாம்ல கிளியரா எழுதுங்க, LHL RHL எழுத கூடாது. limit x tends to 0 minus of f of x is not equal to limit x tends to 0 plus of f of x. Hence limit x tends to 0 of f of x does not exist. Okay, question number 26. It is very similar to the previous question. Question inge mattum da mari irukku. Previous question you had mod x by x, here you have x divided by mod x. Okay, so it's going to be the same thing. So what is the left hand limit? Limit x tends to 0 minus of f of x equals limit x tends to 0 minus. 0 minus now we are dealing with the values which are to the left of 0 but very close to 0. So in the condition eduthukalam. So I have x divided by mod x. What will be the value of mod x? If you are to the left of 0, it will all be negative. Right of 0 na, it will all be positive. So left of 0, mod x will take the value of minus x. So x divided by minus x, which is minus 1. Similarly, positive ku x divided by mod x will take the value of plus x because we are to the right of 0. So x divided by x and 1 agum. So you see that the left hand limit is not equal to the right hand limit, which means the limit does not exist. Okay, it is very similar to the previous question. Adhaladha na irukadhile overwrite panna. You don't be lazy. Okay, I'm a little lazy. Question number 27. Limit x tends to 5 of f of x, where f of x is this given function. இந்த இடத்துல two conditions கொடுக்கல. So அதனால டைரக்டா வேல்யூ சப்ஸ்டிட்யூட் பண்ண முடியுமா? பண்ண கூடாது, because you have a mod function here. You know very well that mod can take the value plus x and minus x, correct? It can take the value plus x or minus x. Since you have two values, you have to again find the left hand limit and the right hand limit. Okay, direct substitution ஏன் பண்ண கூடாது? Mod can take two values. So you have to find your left hand limit and the right hand limit. இப்போ left hand limit என்ன? Limit x tends to 5 minus of f of x, which is limit x tends to 5 minus of mod x plus 5. When you are taking the left hand limit, what is your value of a? It is 5. 0 எங்க இருக்கு? இங்க இருக்கு. So the values which are to the left of 0 is negative. Values which are to the right of 0 are positive. Correct? So when you are looking at the left hand limit of 5, you see that the value is very close to 5. It has not even reached the number 4. 4 கிட்டே வரல. அப்ப 0 கிட்ட எப்படி வரும்? 0 க்கு leftல எப்படி போகும்? So basically your mod x will always be positive. Mod x will never take the negative value if the value of a is 5. Correct? Value of a வந்து 5. Left hand limit na you have to look for the values which are to the left of 5. So left of 5 la very close to 5. The value is still here, which means we are dealing with positive values, no negative value. Mod x is x when x is greater than or equal to 0. Mod x is minus x when x is less than 0. இது தெரியும்ல? So இந்த இடத்துல தான் negative x, இந்த இடத்துல positive x. So what will this be? This will be limit x tends to 5 minus of x plus 5. Now substituting the value of 5 to x, I'll have 5 plus 5, which is 10. இதே மாதிரி right hand limit என்ன ஆகும்? Right hand limit will simply be limit x tends to 5 plus of f of x. I'll just directly write it. Mod x plus 5, which is mod x will obviously take the value of positive x. ஏன்னா 5 க்கு இந்த பக்கம் இருக்கு. So it is definitely positive. So I'll have limit x tends to 5 plus of x plus 5. Substituting the value of 5, I'll have 5 plus 5, 10. So என்ன தெரியுது? Limit right hand limit is equal to the left hand limit. So I have left hand limit equals to the right hand limit, which is equal to the limit x tends to 5, the actual limit, correct? Which is equal to 10. So the limit exists. Okay, limit exists இல்லையான்னு கரெக்ட்டா எழுதணும். Limit does not exist னா does not exist னு எழுதணும். Okay, please correct the sign. I have mod x minus 5. இந்த இடத்துல plus மட்டும் minus மாத்திக்கோங்க. It will be 5 minus 5, which is 0. Similarly, I'll have mod x minus 5. Please question correcta copy பண்ணிட்டேன், substitutionல mistake பண்ணிட்டேன். So please copy the question correctly and also solve them correctly. Okay, don't be in a hurry just like me. So x minus 5, இந்த இடத்துல minus ஆச்சுனா this will become a 0. So the left hand limit equals to the right hand limit, which is 0. Okay, the final result did not change, only the values changed. So please be very careful. Okay, question number 28. You have the function f of x, which has 3 values for different values of x. 3 functions for different values of x. You have to find a and b. They have already given that limit x tends to 1 of f of x is f of 1. Abdina anartham, the limit exists. Okay, so this particular thing means you substitute the value of 1, so f of 1 irukku anartham. Okay, so if the limit exists, you'll equate the left hand limit and the right hand limit. You'll have 2 equations, 2 unknowns. You can find the value of ab. Okay, so first step, left hand limit enna? limit x tends to 1 minus. You see that the value of a is 1, okay? A na enna nammaloda the formula, not this a, okay? So limit x tends to 1 minus of f of x, which is when you are looking for left hand limit, your number is 1, left hand limit na the values which are to the left of 1, which means you'll take this particular function. So I'll have a plus bx, substituting the value of 1, I'll have a plus b. This is left hand limit. Right hand limit enna? Similarly, limit x tends to 1 plus. So I'm looking at the values which are to the right of 1. So I'll take this particular function x greater than 1. So in the function, so I'll have b minus a times x, which is x ku 1 substitute panna, I'll have b minus a. Okay, so I have the left hand limit equal to the right hand limit, which is equal to the actual function. So left hand limit equals right hand limit, which is equal to limit x tends to 1 of f of x, which is enna kuduthirukku f of 1. So when you substitute the value of 1 at 1, value enna 4. Okay, so you simply equate these two values to 4. Left hand limit equals 4, right hand limit equals 4. Punjada? So you have two equations, a plus b equals 4 and minus a plus b. So minus a plus b equals 4. So when I solve them using the elimination method, a and minus a will get cancelled. I'll have 2b equals 8, b equals 8 divided by 2, which is 4. So one equation la substitute panna, I'll have a plus b equals 4, a plus 4 equals 4. A oda value enna 4 minus 4, which is 0. Okay, so you'll have the value of a to be 0 and the value of b is 4. Okay. Question number 29. You're given a function f of x, which is the product of x minus a1 into x minus a2, and it goes on till x minus an. Okay, you have a1, a2 until n terms irukku. You have to find the value of limit x tends to a1 of f of x. This is your first subsection. So enna pannuvom, limit x tends to a1 of f of x na, you'll simply substitute the value of a1 in your function. So what will you get? You'll have a1 minus a1 times a1 minus a2 and so on, a1 minus an. So a1 minus a1 is a 0 times, I don't know what my value of a1, a2 are. So I'll be left with these values. 0 times any number or any variable is 0. Okay, so the first subsection is a 0. Second, limit x tends to a of f of x, which means you will substitute the value of a now. Instead of in that a1 substitute panno, you'll substitute a. So what will you have? Wherever you have x, you have to substitute with the value of a. So I'll have of f of x equals, please write f of x equals a minus a1 times a minus a2 and so on until a minus an. Ivla the answer. Okay, you simply have to substitute the value. You can't further simplify. You can't multiply pannittu irukka mudiyadhu. You don't know how many terms you have. Okay. So you're given the function f of x, which has three different functions for different values of x, different ranges of x, correct? So x less than 0 na in the function, x greater than 0 na in the function, okay? So you have to find for what all values of a, your limit x tends to a exist, okay? So if a la enna values edukkalam, the value of a can be 0, the value of a can be 1000, the value of a can be a minus 9999. இந்த மாதிரி multiple values இருக்கு. So நம்ம general case என்ன எடுக்க போறோம்? You're going to take the value of a equals 0, okay? You have the number line, you have the value 0 and you have negative values and you have positive values, okay? So you're going to take the value of a greater than 0 and a less than 0. You're going to generalize. In the particular case, a greater than 0 எடுத்துக்கலாமா? In the particular case, I can take it as a less than 0, okay? So I'm simply going to generalize the term. I'm going to see for what all values of a I'll have a limit, okay? Simple. If a oda value 0, this is my first subsection. I'm going to check for what all values the limit exists. Exists na artham, left hand limit should be equal to the right hand limit, correct? So a equal to 0 na enna agum, limit x tends to 0 minus, this is my left hand limit of f of x. What is my f of x when it's 0 minus? 0 minus na I'll be treating with, I'll have to take this particular function, correct? So it will be mod x plus 1. 0 ku left la, so it will be mod x plus 1. We are looking at negative numbers. 0 ku left la it is negative, 0 ku right la it is positive. So left hand limit, so I'll have the value of limit x tends to 0 minus of mod x will become minus x plus 1. Substituting the value of 0, I'll have 0 plus 1, which is a 1. If a right hand limit enna, limit x tends to 0 plus, which means I have to take this particular function. 0 plus na x greater than 0, so I'll use this. So mod x minus 1. which is limit x tends to 0 plus mod x will be plus x, correct? We are to the right of 0. Appo x oda value enna positive ah irukum. So it will be x minus 1, which is 0 minus 1. Substituting the value of 0, I have minus 1. So you see that the left hand limit and right hand limit are not equal. So left hand limit is not equal to the right hand limit. So what does that mean? Limit x tends to 0, where my value of a is 0, of f of x does not exist. Okay? Either I have to check for different values of a. Now I'll take the case where a is greater than 0. So a greater than 0 na enna go? I'll have limit x tends to a minus any general a. Okay? So what am I looking at? I'm looking at the positive values of a. So you have a number line. The value of 0 is here. So a can be anywhere to the right of 0. Appo left hand limit enna irukum? It is very very close to a and it is greater than 0. So the left hand limit is also a positive value. The right hand limit is also a positive value. So rendu side mein positive. Only here it will be negative. Okay? I'm explaining this because we have a mod x in the question. Okay? So if a greater than 0 na, we are looking at the values which are greater than 0. So in the function varave varadu. We are always looking at the values which are greater than 0 because the number that we have is a positive number which is greater than 0. So in the function na edukkom. So you have mod x minus 1, which is mod x will always take the positive value. Renduthukkume ide explanation da. You have to take this particular function because your a value is greater than 0. So you have to always take this. Innonu mod x is always positive because you have the value which is a positive value which is greater than 0. Correct? So mod x enna go? It will become plus x minus 1. So when I substitute the value of a, in that x oda value when it is no more 0. It is a. It is any positive value. So when I substitute the value, I'll have a minus 1. What will happen to my right hand limit? Limit x tends to a plus of, again I'm dealing with the value which is greater than 0. So I have mod x minus 1, which is limit x tends to a minus, it will always take the positive value. So x minus 1, a substitute panna, I'll have a minus 1. What do you see? Left hand limit equals to the right hand limit. So for values where a is greater than 0, limit x tends to a of f of x exists. Okay, you have to repeat the same thing for a less than 0. Okay, please copy this and write it down. See, for a less than 0 can I go? I'll just overwrite with whatever I've written. For a less than 0, I'll erase this part. I'll also erase this part. So a less than 0 can I go? We are looking at the values of a. We have to look for the left hand limit and the right hand limit for values a less than 0. Less than 0 now, where is your a? It is 0. So your a is somewhere here. So it is a negative number. So you have the values which are very very close to a, but to the right of a is also negative. Left of a is also negative. Only the values here are positive. Correct? So left hand limit and the right hand limit, rendume it will be negative. So you have to consider the function which is x less than 0. So you have to take this particular function. And mod x will always have the value of minus x. In the edathula mod x value is positive x. In the edathula mod x value will be negative x always because your value of a is less than 0. Okay. So in the edathula left hand limit will be mod x plus 1, which is limit x tends to a minus of minus x plus 1. Substituting the value of a, I'll have minus a plus 1. Similarly, right hand limit mod x minus 1. I have to take the function mod x plus 1. Okay, we are always looking at the x less than 0 case. So mod x plus 1, where limit x tends to a plus of mod x will take the value negative x. We are to the left of 0. So minus x plus 1. Again, substitute the value minus a plus 1. You see that the left hand limit and the right hand limits are equal. Correct? So for value where a is less than 0, the left hand limit equals the right hand limit. So limit x tends to a of f of x exists. So a value less than 0 or greater than 0 or the limit exists. For a equal to 0, the limit does not exist. Okay. Question number 31. It is given that limit x tends to 1 of this particular function equals pi. Already value kudutanga. You have to find the value of limit x tends to 1 of f of x. You only have to find this particular limit value. So, eppadi pannuvom? First, I'll split the numerator and the denominator. So, I'll have limit x tends to 1 of f of x minus 2 divided by limit x tends to 1 of x square minus 1 equals pi. Okay? I'm going to cross multiply. If I cross multiply panna, I'll have limit x tends to 1 of f of x minus limit x tends to 1 of 2. Numerator is split pannala, I have limit of f of x minus g of x. So it is limit of f of x minus limit of g of x. Correct? Equals pi times limit x tends to 1 of x square minus 1. Okay, again I'll be left with limit x tends to 1 of f of x minus, in that I have nothing which is dependent on x. So I can just remove the limit and write the constant 2 equals pi times, in that value substitute panna x oda value 1 and I'll have 1 square minus 1 which is 0. So what am I left with? My right hand side becomes a 0. 1 minus 1 0. Pi times 0 is a 0. Correct? So limit x tends to 1 of f of x equals minus 2. When it goes to the right hand side, it will become plus 2. Okay. So this is the limit they are asking for. Limit x tends to 1 of f of x equals 2. Okay. Question number 32. It is given that limit x tends to 0 of f of x and limit x tends to 1 of f of x exist. In the limit you have to find the value of m and n for which the function is given. But in the we were dealing with only one number. Now you have two numbers. Correct? So you have x less than 0 for a function, x greater than 1 you have a function, and when x value is between 0 and 1 you have another function. Okay? So now you have to take everything into consideration and then find the value. First we look for limit x tends to 0 of f of x. Okay? So when you consider the first case, the left hand limit is limit x tends to 0 minus of f of x. 0 minus na, you are looking for the values which is less than 0. So in the function. So I'll have mx square plus n, which is when I substitute the value of 0, I'll have m times 0 plus n, which is n. Okay, and my right hand limit will become limit x tends to 0 plus of 0 plus now I have to look for this particular function. X is greater than 0 but it's less than 1. So greater than 0 in the case so I have nx plus m. So nx plus m. When I substitute the value of 0, I have n times 0 plus m equals m. Okay, in the term 0 I know. So I am given that the limit exists, which means left hand limit equals the right hand limit, which means my m value equals n value. Okay, so this is the first. Next I have to take this thing. I have to take this particular limit. So I have limit x tends to 1 minus left hand limit. I'll write it like this. Left hand limit for the second case is limit x tends to 1 minus. 1 minus now I am looking for the values which are to the left of 1. Appa x less than or equal to 1. Appa in the particular function. So I have nx plus m. When I substitute the value of 1, I have n times 1 plus m. n times 1 and n. So I have n plus m. And right hand limit is limit x tends to 1 plus of 1 plus now you will take this particular function. So I have n x cube plus m, which is 1 substitute panna, n times 1 cube plus m equals n plus m. You already see that they both are equal. It is also given that the limit exists. Rendume equal na, my value will be n plus m. So I have the left hand limit equal to the right hand limit. Appa rendu limit me enna vakum? Limit x tends to 0 of f of x is m equal to n. Okay, rendume ore value da, and limit x tends to 1 of f of x will be n plus m. Okay. So with this we are done with limits in the exercise. From the next video we will be learning more about derivatives. Okay. It is very very important. Next year naraya varum derivatives, differential adu naraya irukku. So please focus. Please watch all the videos. I have also solved a lot of other questions from outside the textbook. R.D. Sharma, exam idea and naraya books la irukku questions potuken. Please solve them before the exam. Okay. There are some 100 questions, so you can solve them. Okay. So let's start with the derivatives. So first we have the first principle. Suppose you have a function f of x, a function at x. So you need to find the derivative of this. Derivative I need to find the derivative which I represent by d by dx of f of x, or I can also denote it as f dash of x, or I can call it as f prime of x. Okay, however you want you can call it. So I'll call it f dash of x, let it d by dx of f of x. So this is the definition in f dash of x. When you have a function f of x, the derivative of the particular function f dash of x is nothing but limit h tends to 0 of f of x plus h minus f of x divided by h. Okay, so we have been learning about limits, correct? So in that you have a function f of x, you're going to substitute the value of x plus h to the function and you're going to take the function itself. So, idiyo subtract panni divided by h panni h ku limit 0 pota, you're going to get the differentiation. Okay, you're going to get the derivative of x. So, let's see an example and you'll understand it more clearly. Okay. Example 5, I'm given a function f of x equals 3x. I need to find the derivative of f of x at x is equal to 2. So, what is the value of x here? Instead of x, you're going to substitute the value of 2. Okay. So, you need to find f dash of x equals limit h tends to 0. I'm going to use this formula. So, what do I have? Limit h tends to 0 of f of x plus h. What is my f of x? This. So, wherever I have x, I'm going to substitute with x plus h. Okay, va? So, x engala irko, angala x plus h in poda poren. So, I'm going to take the function and I'm going to substitute x plus h. So, this is f of x plus h minus f of x enna, it is 3x divided by h. Now, I need to find the derivative of f dash of x at x is equal to 2. So, appa enna panna poren? F dash of 2 kandupidik poren. I'm going to substitute 2 for x. So, this becomes limit h tends to 0 of 3 times 2 plus h minus 3 times 2 divided by h. Ipo idu enna agum? I'm going to open my brackets. So, I'll have f dash of 2 equals 3 2s are 6. Sorry. Limit h tends to 0. Don't forget the limit of 3 times 2 enna 6 plus 3 into h is 3h minus 3 into 2 is 6 divided by h. Okay, but 6 minus 6 cancel aiduma. So, what am I left with? F dash of 2 equals limit h tends to 0 of 3h divided by h. 0 substitute panna enna agum? 0 by 0. So, what am I going to do? Cancel the h and the h. Pannalama? So, this is the number which is independent of x. So, I can take it out of the limit. So, enna kadaikum? F dash of 2 equals 3. So, this is my derivative of f of x at 2 when x is equal to 2. Okay. This the method is called the first principle. So, exam la suppose first principle mention pannangana ipdidan pannanom. Suppose first principle mention pannalana, we learn a method which is pretty straightforward and very easy to calculate. Okay, it is a long method but it's easy. It is not difficult but konja long ah irukum vala irukum. Apdi illama nama easy method liyum podalam. Okay, so we learn step by step. First we learn with first principle. Okay. Example 6, I have a function f of x which is given. I need to find the derivative at x is equal to minus 1. I also have to prove this. Okay, so first derivative enna kandupidikalam. I'm going to find f dash of x. So what is my f dash of x according to the formula? Limit h tends to 0 of f of x plus h minus f of x divided by h. Correct? Ipo or formula substitute pannalam. So I have f dash of x. I'm not going to substitute the value now. F dash of x is limit h tends to 0 of x plus h. So, wherever I have a x, I'm going to substitute x plus h. So, I have 2 times x plus h the whole square plus 3 times x plus h minus 5 times edume illa. So, minus 5 minus of, okay, minus irukradunala open a bracket of f of x. So, in the term abdi eludha vendida. So, I have 2x square plus 3x minus 5 divided by h. The whole divided by h. Don't forget the h. Okay. Ipo bracket open panna enna agum? Limit h tends to 0 of 2 times x plus h the whole square is a plus b the whole square. So, it is x square plus h square plus 2ab. 2xh bracket close. 2 in the bracket plus 3x plus 3h. 3x plus 3h minus 5. I'm going to open the bracket. So, minus 2x square minus 3x minus into minus plus. So, plus 5. Okay. Now, the value cancel 3x and the minus 3x minus 5 and plus 5. Okay, now I'm going to open this bracket. Don't forget the h. So I have limit h tends to 0 of 2x square plus 2h square plus 4xh plus what is remaining? 3h minus 2x square divided by h. If in the 2x square in the 2x square will get cancelled. So I have the terms remaining are a function of h. Correct? I'm going to take h in common. H square, h irka. I'm going to take the h outside. So I have limit h tends to 0 of h times 2h plus 4x plus 3 divided by h. I can cancel the h and the h. I'll be left with this. When I substitute the value, what will I have? H is 0 pota. I have 2 times 0 plus 4x plus 3. Okay, I don't have anything here, so this becomes a 0, so I'll have 4x plus 3. So this is my derivative of this. Idoda derivative da idu. So f dash of x is this. Now we need to prove this, correct? I'll do it here. What is my f dash of 0? I have to substitute 0 for this. So f dash of 0 will be, I need to substitute the value here. 4 times 0 plus 3, which is 3. F dash of 0 kandupichachu. What is f dash of 1? F dash of minus 1 is 4 times minus 1 plus 3, which will be minus 4 plus 3. So minus 1. Correct? Now idu renduthiyum add panna poren. So it will be f dash of 0 plus 3 times f dash of minus 1 will be 3 plus 3 times f dash of minus 1 enna? It is minus 1. So this is 3 minus 3, which is 0, which is equal to the RHS. So hence proved. You understood? So this is by using the first principle. Example 7. F of x is sin x. I need to find what my f dash of x is. So first principle enna? F dash of x is limit h tends to 0 of f of x plus h minus f of x divided by h. Here substitute panna enna agum? Limit h tends to 0 of sin x plus h. X becomes the x plus h minus sin x divided by h. So I have f dash of x at x is equal to 0. So this is f dash of x at x is equal to 0 na agum? Substitute the value of 0. So I'll have limit h tends to 0 of sin 0 plus h minus sin 0 divided by h. Sin 0 is 0. Sin of 0 plus h will become sin h. So what am I left with? Limit h tends to 0 of sin h divided by h. நம்ம என்ன ஐடென்டிட்டி படிச்சோம்? Limit x tends to 0, sin x by x is 1. கரெக்ட்டா லிமிட்ஸ்ல படிச்சோமா? So this is nothing but 1. So f dash of 0 is 1. Okay? Moving on to the 8th example. F of x கொடுத்திருக்கு. You need to find f dash of x at x is equal to 0 and 3. So what is my f dash of 0 at x is equal to 0? I have f of 0 plus h minus f of 0 divided by h. இந்த இடத்துல x எங்கயாவது இருக்கா? இல்ல. So this becomes f of h minus f of 0 divided by h. My f of h is nothing but f of x. Wherever I have a x, I have to replace it with h. But inga x illa. So I'll have 3 minus f of 0. Again I have to substitute 0 for x. I don't have an x here. So I'll have 3 minus 3 divided by h. Do not forget the limit. Limit h tends to 0. Limit h tends to 0. And limit h tends to 0. Okay. So inga h substitute panamiye I have 0. 0 by h is a 0. So this is equal to 0. Again I need f dash of 3. Appo enna agum? Limit h tends to 0 of f of 3 plus h minus f of 3 divided by h. Again I do not have an x anywhere. So I will be left with limit h tends to 0 of f of x, which is 3, again minus 3 divided by h, which is a 0. So in both the cases I have a 0. Enna derivative enna? For a derivative of a constant is 0. So adukku enna value substitute pannala I will be getting a 0. Okay, this is using first principle. Normal derivative vechu poda it will be even more easier. Okay. Okay, now f of x equals 10x. So f dash of x enna? F dash of x is limit h tends to 0 of f of x plus h minus f of x divided by h. Penago limit h tends to 0 of wherever I have x, I have to substitute with x plus h. Correct? F of x idina, f of x plus h will be 10 times x plus h minus 10x f of x abdi substitute panna vediyadha divided by h. Limit h tends to 0 of 10x plus 10h bracket la multiply pandren minus 10x divided by h. 10x and the minus 10x gets cancelled. So I am left with limit h tends to 0 of 10h divided by h. h and h cancel achuna I'll be left with 10. I do not have any function which is dependent on h. So I can take the 10 outside. So limit inime thevilla. So I am left with 10. Okay. Similarly, example 10. These are all very similar questions. Okay. The multiple questions inga potadha first principle vandu you will be thorough with it. Illati first principle konja confusion ave irukum. Ipo pona question la only you had a constant. So with a constant how can you substitute? So adanaala இந்த questions ஒரு 4-5 வாட்டி போட்டு பார்த்தா தான் first principle கொஞ்சம் ஈஸியா இருக்கும். Okay. So do solve a lot of questions for the first principle to be very clear for you. Okay. So in that f dash of x gives me limit h tends to 0 of f of x plus h. Enagum x plus h the whole square. Yenga x irukku anga x plus h aidudhu minus f of x the whole f of x which is x square divided by h. So idu open panna limit h tends to 0 of x square plus h square minus 2xh minus x square divided by h. இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல x square and x square will get cancelled. So I'll be left with this. இதுல இருந்து h common எடுக்கலாமா? So I'll have limit h tends to 0 of h times h minus 2x divided by h. h and h cancel ஆகும். And I substitute 0 for h, I'll be left with minus 2x. Okay? Sorry, this is a plus a square plus b square plus 2ab. So plus I'll be left with plus 2x. Okay? F of x is a constant a. Okay, this வந்து change ஆகாது. This is very similar to the example question 8 that we saw, 8 or 9. Okay, so இது வந்து என்ன ஆகும்? It is a constant. So I have f dash of x equals limit h tends to 0 of f of x plus h minus f of x divided by h. So here f of x plus h enna a, f of x enna a. Okay, so in both the cases it is an a. I do not have x anywhere. So I'll have limit h tends to 0 of a minus a divided by h, which will become limit h tends to 0 of 0 divided by h. Either way 0. So inside the limit I have a 0. When it comes out, I do not have a limit anymore. Okay, so this becomes a 0. It is very easy. Now moving on to the next example. 1 by x in irukku. So f dash of x enna? F dash of x is f of x plus h. X plus h pota I'll have 1 divided by x plus h minus 1 by x, f of x divided by h. Limit h tends to 0 of this function. Ipo idhukku LCM edutha enna agum? Will be left with limit h tends to 0 of x minus x plus h. Put a bracket. LCM edutha x minus x plus h divided by LCM enna? X plus h into x. X plus h into x whole divided by h. Correct? Ipo மேல bracket open panna limit h tends to 0 of x minus h divided by x into x plus h divided by h. Divided by h and I inge eludren. Okay, instead of writing it here, I am writing it here. Limit h tends to 0 of x minus x cancel aidum. I will be left with minus h divided by x into x plus h times 1 by h. Division multiplication of marchna, this will become a reciprocal. So h and the h will get cancelled. I will be left with minus 1 divided by x into x plus h. Now when I apply the limit, what will I have? Limit h tends to 0. 0 pota, I will be left with minus 1 divided by x into x plus 0. So I will be left with minus 1 divided by x square. Okay, so this is my derivative. So let's move on to some functions and its derivatives. So every function has its own derivative. இப்போ வந்து ஒரு constant இருக்குன்னா the derivative of a constant is 0. நம்ம வந்து அந்த first principle use பண்ணி பார்த்தப்ப என்ன பார்த்தோம்? Derivative of a constant is 0. So these are the functions and these are the derivatives. Okay, so I'm going to give you a tabular column of whatever functions and derivatives you're going to use. So please make a note of it. Ida manapadam pannanum. You have to by heart it. Okay, you have all the explanations given in the textbook, which I'm not going to tell you because adala exam ku theva kediyadu. If you want to know, you're very well open to know from the book, but na solidren. Okay, so basically derivative na enna? D by tx. Correct? So what is f of x plus g of x or a derivative? I have to do d by dx of f of x plus d by dx of g of x. So I can split. So I have f dash of x plus g dash of x. This is nothing but d by dx of f of x plus d by dx of g of x. You have two ways of writing it. I am writing it as f dash of x plus g dash of x. Same applies for subtraction. So it will be f dash of x minus g dash of x. Limits la eppadi nama split pannomo adhe maadha. No change for addition and subtraction. But multiplication ke enna agum? I have f of x times g of x. It's called the Leibniz product rule. Division ke Leibniz quotient rule. Okay, so idhukku product rule, idhukku quotient rule. So idhila f of x I'm going to take it as u and g of x I'm going to take it as v for simplicity. Okay, so it is f of x is also u of x, g of x is also v of x. Okay, so onnu change kediyadu, variable mattum da change pandren. I'm going to take it as u into v. F of x, g of x is u into v. So I have v u dash plus u v dash. Appadina you have to take the v, the function v as it is, u ku derivative kandupidikanum, plus u அப்படியே வெச்சுக்கணும், v க்கு derivative கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். Okay, you have to keep v as it is, find the derivative of u, plus keep u as it is and find the derivative of v dash. You'll understand this more clearly when we solve questions, but இப்போதைக்கு formula note பண்ணிக்கோங்க. For f of x divided by g of x, you have u divided by v, which will be vu dash minus uv dash divided by v square. Basically, the denominator square. Numerator la vu dash abdiye irukku, uv dash abdiye irukku, the plus becomes a minus, okay? You have to remember that v comes first without a derivative. vu dash, okay va? So I remember this because my maths teacher's name is Vidya ma'am, okay? So avanga nadathumodhu enna sonanga, she said, my name is Vidya, so you should always remember that the v comes first without a derivative, okay? So உங்களுக்கு maybe இது useful-ஆ இருக்கலாம். So ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க. So vu dash plus uv dash, the next one is vu dash minus uv dash divided by v square. இப்போ x to the n என்ன பண்ணலாம்? Any number raised to the power n, the derivative can be written as n x to the n minus 1. You're bringing the power down to the front, அதோட multiply பண்றோம், and the power is reduced by minus 1. Okay, the power is brought down, and whatever power I have here, it becomes minus 1. For example, இப்போ x square இருக்குனா, I'm going to bring the 2 here. So I have 2x, and the power becomes minus 1. So 2 minus 1. So this will become 2x. Okay, very simple. Examples போடும்போது உங்களுக்கு புரியும். Okay, now sin x or a derivative, cos x. Okay, tan x or a derivative, secant square x. Okay, I'm not writing for cos x now, I'll tell you why. Secant x ku, it is secant x tan x. Tan x ku secant square x, secant x ku secant x tan x. Okay, now I'll write for cos x. Cos x ku, it is minus sin x. இதையே நான் தனியா எழுதுறேன்னு சொன்னா, for whichever trigonometric function it starts with a c. Okay, என்னோட ஞாபகத்துக்கு நான் வச்சிருக்கேன். So this is c. Here I have a c, cosecant. Here I have a c. So wherever I have a c, you have a minus sign. Okay, so cos x ku minus sin x. Cosecant x ku, I'll have minus cosecant x cot x. And for cot x, I'll have minus cosecant square x. Okay, tan x ku secant square x, cot x ku cosecant square x. Secant x ku secant x tan x, cosecant x ku cosecant x cot x. எங்கெல்லாம் c இருக்கோ அங்கெல்லாம் you'll have a minus. Okay, easy to remember. Now root x ku I'll have 1 by 2 root x. This is the derivative of root x. E to the x, it will be e to the x itself. Ln x illa log x. Ln na natural logarithm. So natural logarithm of x irundhalum log x irundhalum the derivative will be 1 divided by x. Okay, so in the relations la use panni, you do not have a lot of, including this, you do not have a lot of questions in your examples and exercise questions. NCERT la illa, but I have solved a lot of questions from outside the textbook. R.D. Sharma exam idea இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய புக்ஸ்ல இருந்து எடுத்து நான் போட்டிருக்கேன். I have solved around some 100 questions. So please look at the important questions இருக்கும். Look at the playlist of limits and derivatives. Solve as many questions as possible before the exam. Derivatives ல இருந்து நிறைய வரும், complicated ஆ வரும், bookல இருக்கிற மாதிரி சிம்பிளா வராது. Okay, moving on to example 13. So we'll apply whatever we learned. Okay, so if f of x கொடுத்திருக்கு, I need to find my f dash of x. So this is of the form, okay, this is a constant. Constant ki derivative enna, the constant comes out. So I'll have, first step will be 6 times d by dx of x to the 100 plus, inge edha constant iruka illa. So I'll have d by dx of x to the power 55 plus d by dx of 1. Constant oda derivative enna, it's a 0. Okay, so what will you have? 6 அப்படியே இருக்கும். d by dx of x to the 100 enna. So this is of the form x to the n. So the d by dx of x to the n is nothing but n x to the n minus 1. We just learned the power comes down and the power will become a minus 1. So in that line the 100 comes down, x power n 100 minus 1. Okay, so this is my first term plus x 55 n 55 comes down. I'll have x 55 will become 55 minus 1, 54 I know, plus the derivative of a constant is 0. So what am I left with? 6 times 100 into x to the 99 plus 55 x to the 54 plus 0. So what is my final answer? I'll put a box to this. This is the formula. Final answer enna? 6 into 100 is 600 x to the 99 plus 55 x to the 54. Okay, you simply have to bring down the power and subtract it by minus 1. Okay, moving on to example 14. F of x irukku. So f dash of x enna? Derivative of a constant is 0 plus x irukku. So the x is nothing but x to the power 1. So the 1 comes down. I'll have x to the power 1 minus 1. The power minus 1. Plus similarly what will happen to the next one? 2 comes down. I'll have x to the power 2 minus 1. And so on until enna irukku 50 comes down. X to the power 50 minus 1 which is 49. So what is my f dash of x? 0 plus x to the power 0 is also a 1. So I have 1 plus 2 into x to the 2 minus 1 and 2x plus and so on plus 50 to the x power 49. Okay. So if I have 1 plus 2x plus 3x square plus 4x cube and so on until 50x to the 49. Now you have to find the value of f dash of x at x is equal to 1. This is given in the question. So what is f dash of 1? 1 plus 2 into 1 plus I'll write two more terms for you. So I'll have 3x square plus 4x cube and so on 50x to the 49. Okay, so I'll have 3 times 1 square plus 4 times 1 cube plus 50 times 1 to the 49. 1 raised to any number is 1. Correct? So I'll have 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus and so on plus 50. So what have we learnt in sequences and series? Sum of n terms padichirukoma. So sum of n terms, what is your n? Your n is the last number minus the first number plus 1. So enna irukku 49 plus 1 50 terms. So I have 50 terms in total. Sum of n terms is n into n plus 1 divided by 2. Correct? This is what? Sigma k equals 1 to n of k. Correct? What is your n here? 50. So this is nothing but n into n plus 1 divided by 2. When I substitute the values, what will I have? 50 into 50 plus 1 divided by 2. So this is nothing but 50 into 51 divided by 2. So now go 5 ones are 5, 5 5s are 25. 0 divided by 2. 2550 divided by 2 and 1 times 275. So 1275 is my answer. Okay. Example 15. F of x is x plus 1 divided by x. So f dash of x enna kekranga. So this is how the form u by v. You need to find the derivative of u by v. This is the Leibniz quotient rule. So quotient rule na formula enna division ku v u dash minus uv dash divided by v square. Correct? So what is my u? U is my numerator, x plus 1. What is my v? It is my denominator. If a u dash and I need to find the value of v u dash and u v dash. Correct? So I need the values of v, v dash, u and u dash. So u v kandupidichachu. What is my u dash? Derivative of x will be 1 kila varum. So I'll have 1 times x to the 1 minus 1 plus derivative of 1 is a 0. So I'll have 1 times x to the 0 which will be 1. So u dash is 1. What is my v dash? Derivative of x is simply 1. Correct? So now substituting it in the formula, I have f dash of x equals v u dash. V enna? X u dash minus u v dash. U is x plus 1 times v dash which is also a 1 divided by v square. V square na enna? X square. So I'll be left with x minus bracket open panna x minus 1 divided by x square. So x and the minus x will get cancelled. So I'll be left with minus 1 divided by x square. Okay. This is very easy. Nama first principle pota x ku x plus h potu substitute panni LCM alla kandupidichu. It's a long process but it's very easy. Long ah irukum but idu konjam short. Okay, but you need to take the derivatives very carefully. Okay, don't make mistakes with signs. So now I have f of x equals sin x. Nama the tabular column la enna paathom? F dash of x sin x or derivative is cos x, but we'll prove it. Okay, using the first principle. So enna pannalam? F dash of x is nothing but f of x plus h. Appo enna agum? Sin of x plus h minus f of x which is sin x divided by h. What did I miss? Limit h tends to 0. Okay, marandradinga. Which is equal to sin a minus sin b. Sin a minus sin b formula enna? 2 cos sin. So I'll have 2 cos of a plus b which is x plus h minus x divided by 2. A plus b times sin of a minus b by 2. Yeah, so a minus b by 2. Okay, so this is 2 cos sin. Sin a minus sin b is 2 cos of a plus b divided by 2. Sin of a minus b divided by 2. Divided by h. Again, what did I forget? Limit. Limit h tends to 0. Okay. So now, limit h tends to 0 of 2 cos of 2x plus h divided by 2. Sin of x so x and cancel aiduma. So I'll be left with h divided by 2. The whole divided by h. If h is 0 substitute panna enna agum? I'll get 0 here. So the 2 and the 2 will get cancelled. I'll have 2 cos x times sin h by 2 divided by h. Sin h and 0 pota sin 0 by 0. So I have a 0 by 0 which is not possible. அப்ப என்ன பண்ணலாம்? sin இருந்தா என்ன தெரியும்? We have by 2 into 2 பண்ணா this whole term will become a 1. Correct? Using the theorem that we learned, limit h tends to 0 of sin h by 2 by h by 2 will become a 1. I have a 2 here. So what am I left with? Limit h tends to 0 using which theorem? Limit x tends to 0 of sin x divided by x is equal to 1. இதை யூஸ் பண்ணி this particular term I have equated it to 1. So என்ன மீதி இருக்கு? 2 cos of 2x plus h divided by 2 divided by in the 2. Okay, so the 2 and the 2 will get cancelled. When I substitute for h, I'll be left with cos of 2x plus 0 divided by 2. Everything is inside the cos function. Okay, this by 2 is also inside the cos oda angle. So I have cos of 2 and the 2 will get cancelled. So I have cos x. Okay, so the derivative of sin x is a cos x. This is how you prove using the first principle. Okay, solve as many questions as possible using the first principle. நிறைய போட போட தான் first principle வரும், இல்லைட்டி வராது. So I have f of x equals tan x. இதோட derivative என்ன? Tan x ஓட derivative is secant square x. Let's prove it. So I have f dash of x equals limit h tends to 0 of f of x plus h. So என்ன ஆகும்? Tan of x plus h minus tan x, f of x divided by h. இப்போ tan எப்படி எழுதலாம்? sin by cos னு எழுதலாமா? I have limit h tends to 0 of sin x plus h divided by cos of x plus h. Why am I doing this? Converting every function to the known trigonometric function which is sin and cos is very very easy to solve. ஆனா இந்த ரெண்டுத்துக்கு தான் நமக்கு நிறைய ரிலேஷன்ஸ் தெரியும், கரெக்ட்டா? More than tan, we are very familiar with sin and cos. So always convert. Sin x divided by cos x divided by h. இப்போ இத cross multiply பண்ணி LCM எடுத்தா என்ன ஆகும்? Limit h tends to 0 of sin x plus h cos x minus sin x cos of x plus h, the whole divided by LCM என்ன? Cos x cos of x plus h, the whole divided by h. Okay, இத மறந்துடக்கூடாது. So what do I have in the numerator? Sin a cos b minus cos a sin b. Sin a cos b minus cos a sin b formula என்ன? Sin of a minus b. What is my a here? This is my a and this is my b. So what do I have? Limit h tends to 0 of sin a cos b cos a sin b sin of a minus b, which is x plus h minus x divided by denominator என்ன இருக்கு? Cos x cos of x plus h, the whole divided by h. அத நான் இப்படி எழுத போறேன். The x and the minus x gets cancelled. So I'll be left with limit h tends to 0 of sin h by cos x cos of x plus h divided by h என்ன ஆகும்? Into 1 by h னு எழுதலாமா? Okay. Now what do I have? Sin h divided by h limitல இருக்கு. So I have limit x tends to 0 of sin x divided by x equals 1. So அதை இங்க apply பண்ணா this whole term limit h tends to 0 sin h divided by h becomes a 1. So I'll be left with limit h tends to 0 of 1 by cos x cos of x plus h. h க்கு 0 போட்டா I'll be left with 1 divided by cos x which is cos square x. 1 by cos square x என்ன? Secant square x. Cos oda reciprocal is secant, correct? So I get what I need. Okay. Example 18. F of x equals sin square x. Find f dash of x. Sin x ku cos x னு தெரியும். But sin square x க்கு என்ன? I don't know. So how am I going to write this? F of x equals sin x times sin x னு எழுத போறேன். So this is my u and this is my v. So I'm going to use the Leibniz product rule, correct? ரெண்டுமே productல இருக்கு. So what is my formula? uv the whole dash equals v u dash plus uv dash. ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? So I need to find what my v dash is and u dash is. So u is sin x, v is also sin x. u dash and sin x or derivative is cos x, v dash is again cos x. So substituting it in the formula, I have f dash of x equals v u dash. What is my v? Sin x v u dash. u dash na cos x plus u v dash. u and sin x times cos x. So this is nothing but sin x cos x plus sin x cos x. So it becomes 2 sin x cos x. So 2 sin x cos x. Trigonometry என்ன படிச்சோம்? 2 sin x cos x is sin 2x. Okay. Using the first principle, I need to find the derivative of f of x. This is exercise 13.2. Okay. So if f dash of x enna, limit h tends to 0 of, I'll write the formula for the first question. Okay. F of x plus h by f of x divided by h. If the value substitute panna, I have x tends to 0 of x plus h. So wherever I have an x, I'm going to substitute with x plus h. So x square minus 2 minus of f of x, which is x square minus 2. Always put a bracket. Divided by h. If I open panna, limit h tends to 0 of a plus b the whole square, which is a square plus b square plus 2ab minus 2 minus of, I'm going to open the bracket. So minus x square plus 2. The whole divided by h. If I cancel x square and the x square gets cancelled. Minus 2 and the plus 2 gets cancelled. So what am I left with? Limit h tends to 0 of, I can take the h outside, it's common. So h times h plus 2x divided by h. H and the h gets cancelled. H is 0 substitute panna, I'll be left with 2x. So this is my f dash of x. What are they asking for? Find the derivative of x is equal to 10. So f dash of 10 and substitute the value of 10 here. So I have 2 times 10, which is 20. Okay. So in that direct value x is equal to 10, 10 plus h square substitute panniyum pannalam. Indha mari panniyum pannalam. Okay. So if they are asking for multiple subsections, find f dash of x. First idha kandupidichittu, appo you can substitute as many numbers as you want. So you can substitute f dash of 100, you can substitute f dash of 99 and so on. So you can substitute as many values as you want if you have the f dash of x in terms of x. Illati in that over vaati you have to keep substituting 100, appo 99 in this step thirumba pandra mari irukum. Okay, so always prefer doing like this then substituting the value. Okay, that's how I do it. Question number 2, f of x is x. Idume first principle. So how do I do? F dash of x equals limit h tends to 0 of f of x plus h. So enna go x plus h minus f of x, which is x divided by h. If I open panna, limit h tends to 0 of x plus h minus x divided by h. X and the minus x gets cancelled. H cancel panna, 0 substitute panna, I'll have 0 by 0. Correct? So I have limit h tends to 0, h cancel achna, 1 is not dependent on h, so I can take it outside, so I don't have the limit anymore. So this is equal to 1. I need to find what f dash of x is at x is equal to 1. Inge x ingra term illa. So what will it be? This is my f dash of x. So f dash of x at x is equal to 1 na, it will be f dash of 1, which is 1 times, I do not have an x term, so this will again be 1. Okay, so this is my f dash of 1. Moving on to third question, f of x kuduthirukku. So I need f dash of x, which is f of x plus h. Limit h tends to 0 of 99 times x plus h minus 99x f of x divided by h. So I have limit h tends to 0 of 99x plus 99h minus 99x divided by h. You have to make sure that the x terms gets cancelled maximum. Okay, va? So if the cancel ago, h and the h will get cancelled. So I'll have limit h tends to 0 of 99. 99 is a constant which is not dependent on h, not dependent on the limit variable. So 99 velila vandiruchna, it will be this. So I need to find out what the derivative is at x is equal to 100. So similar to the previous question, this is my f dash of x. So f dash of 100, 1000, 9000, it will be 99 because I do not have an x term here. Okay. Fourth question, first subsection, f of x kuduthirukku, f dash of x using the first principle. So I have f dash of x equals limit h tends to 0 of f of x plus h. So I'll have x plus h the whole cube minus 27 minus of f of x, which is x cube minus 27 divided by h. Okay, by a plus b the whole cube formula. So I have limit h tends to 0 of a cube plus b cube plus 3a square b plus 3ab square. Okay, this is a plus b the whole cube. I have minus 27 minus x cube minus into minus plus. So plus 27 the whole divided by h. Okay, so the minus 27 plus 27 gets cancelled. X cube and minus x cube gets cancelled. So I have all the terms that are dependent on h. If I h a common ediklama, I can take h outside. So I have limit h tends to 0 of h times h square plus 3x square plus 3xh divided by h. h and h cancel aiduma. If h is 0 pota enago, I'll have 0 plus 3x square plus 0. I have another h here. So this becomes 3x square. So this is the derivative of f of x. Short form la pannona eppadi pannuvom? F dash of x is, I can bring down the power. Derivative of a constant is 0. So in the இடத்துல x cube or derivative enna, I can bring down the power. So I'll have 3 x to the power வந்து minus ஆயிடுமா? So 3 minus 1 which is 2. So this is equal to this. Okay, clear? Now next subsection, x minus 1, x minus 2. First நான் multiply பண்ணிக்கிறேன். So I have f of x equals x square minus 2x minus x plus 2, which is x square minus 3x plus 2. So this is my f of x. Now f dash of x is limit h tends to 0 of f of x plus h. Correct? So I'll have x plus h the whole square minus 3 times x plus h plus 2 minus of x square minus 3x plus 2 the whole divided by h. X plus h, f of x plus h minus f of x. Okay? இப்போ இந்த a plus b whole square பண்ணா limit h tends to 0 of x square plus h square plus 2xh minus, I'm going to multiply this inside. 3x minus 3h plus 2. I'm going to open the bracket. So I have minus x square plus 3x minus 2. Okay? The whole divided by h. So x square and x square will get cancelled. Minus 2 and plus 2 will get cancelled. Minus 3x plus 3x. So I only have the terms that are dependent on h. Correct? இப்போ h common எடுத்தா I have limit h tends to 0 of h times h plus 2x minus 3 divided by h. h and h cancel ஆயிடும். When I substitute the value of 0, I'll be left with 2x minus 3. Okay? Third subsection, I have f of x equals 1 by x square. If f dash of x enna, f of x plus h, which is 1 divided by x plus h the whole square minus 1 by x square the whole divided by h. I forgot the limit. Limit h tends to 0. Okay. So this is f dash of x equals limit h tends to 0. I'm going to take the LCM. So I have x square minus x plus h the whole square divided by x square into x plus h the whole square divided by h. Okay. I took the LCM. X square minus of bracket போடுங்க. X plus h the whole square divided by LCM is x square into x plus h the whole square divided by h. I have written it here. Okay. So this is equal to limit h tends to 0 of x square minus, open the bracket, a plus b the whole square. X square plus h square plus 2xh the whole divided by x square into x plus h the whole square. This becomes into 1 by h. Correct? So now I'm going to open the brackets. I have limit h tends to 0 of x square minus h square minus 2xh the whole divided by x square into x plus h the whole square times 1 divided by h. X square and the x square gets cancelled. I'm going to take the h outside from the numerator. So I have limit h tends to 0 of h of minus h minus 2x divided by x square into x plus h the whole square times 1 divided by h. H and the h gets cancelled. So I have limit h tends to 0 of minus h minus 2x divided by x square into x plus h the whole square. இப்போ h க்கு 0 போட்டா I have 0 minus 2x divided by x square into x plus 0 the whole square. So this will be minus 2x divided by x square times x square. So one of the x will get cancelled with this. So I have minus 2 divided by x cube. Okay. Fourth subsection, f of x is x plus 1 divided by x minus 1. So this first principle la podnuna, f dash of x is f of x plus h. So what will I have? X plus h plus 1 divided by x plus h minus 1. X engala irukko angala x plus h podnom. Limit h tends to 0 minus f of x, which is x plus 1 divided by x minus 1. Put a bracket. The whole divided by h. Okay, now I'm going to take the LCM. So what will I have? This is also inside a bracket. So this is limit h tends to 0 of x plus h plus 1 times x minus 1 minus of x plus 1 into x plus h minus 1 the whole divided by x plus h minus 1 into x minus 1. Okay, the whole divided by h. I'll write it down here. Okay, so this is equal to limit h tends to 0 of, multiply panna poren. So I have x into x square plus xh plus x. First x multiply pandra, then minus 1. So I have minus x minus h minus 1. Okay, so x into xh plus x apro minus 1. So minus x minus h minus 1. Minus of, open a bracket, first multiply. So I have x square plus xh minus x plus h minus 1. The whole divided by x plus h minus 1 into x minus 1 divided by h annago into 1 by h I do. Okay. Now I'm going to open the brackets in the numerator. So I have first inge x minus x gets cancelled, and also here minus x and plus h plus x gets cancelled. So I'll be left with limit h tends to 0 of x square plus xh minus h minus 1 minus of x square minus xh minus h plus 1. Minus old multiply panna, wherever I have a minus it becomes a plus, and vice versa. Divided by x plus h minus 1 times x minus 1 into 1 by h. Ipo enna cancel agudhu? X square and the x square. xh minus xh minus h minus h irukku, minus 1 and plus 1 will get cancelled. So what am I left with? I'm left with limit h tends to 0 of minus h minus h, which is minus 2h divided by x plus h minus 1 times x minus 1 into 1 by h. So in the h cancel aguma. Now I'm going to substitute the value of 0. So I have minus 2 divided by x plus 0 minus 1 times x minus 1. So I have minus 2 divided by x minus 1 the whole square. Okay, so this is my final answer. Question number 5. F of x kuduthirukka. I need to prove that f dash of 1 equals 100 times f dash of 0. So first I'll find f dash of x. Okay, this is not using the first principle. They have not mentioned anything. So namakku therinjadha vechi nama pannalam. So what do you know? D by dx of x to the n equals the power comes down and the power gets reduced by 1. Correct? So I'm going to do that here. So f dash of x is equal to first d by dx of first term. Correct? I can split f of x plus g of x derivative is f dash of x plus g dash of x. I can split it, right? So it will be 100 plus d by dx of x to the 99 divided by 99 and so on, d by dx of x square divided by 2 plus d by dx of x plus d by dx of 1. Okay, the derivative of a constant is 0, so this term becomes a 0. So what happens to the other terms? X to the 100 irukku, so I have a constant 100. I am taking that outside times the power comes down 100 x to the power enago 100 minus 1, which is 99, plus idu enago I have 1 by 99. I'll take the constant outside the derivative. I have the power comes down 99 x to the power 98. 99 minus 1 is 98, plus and so on. I have 1 by 2, the constant. I'll take it outside times 2 into x power 1 minus 1 item, the power comes down, plus I have a constant. I do not have any constant here. X power 1, so the 1 comes down. I'll have x to the power 0 plus 0. Okay, so here 100 and 100 will get cancelled. 99 99 2 and 2. So what do I have? X to the 99 plus x to the 98 plus and so on, plus x plus 1 plus 0. Okay, so this is my f dash of x. So now what is my f dash of 1? F dash of 1 is 1 plus 1 plus and so on, plus 1 plus 1. So how many ones do I have? 99 lende 1 varaikum I have 99 terms plus 1. So I have 100 terms. So sum of 100 ones enna 100. Okay, and what is f dash of 0? I have to substitute 0 for wherever I have x. So I have 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 except this. So I have a 1 here. So this is 1. So what do I have to prove? F dash of 1 is 100 times f dash of 0. What is my f dash of 0? Which is 1, which is 100. So this is equal to f dash of 1, hence proved. Okay. Question number 6. F of x is the given function. I need to find the derivative where a is real value or a constant. So I have d by dx of x to the n is nothing but nx to the n minus 1. Correct? Ipo or term ku panna vendidha. F dash of x is nothing but the n comes down x to the n minus 1 plus a is a constant. I have it. Then the power comes down n minus 1 x to the n minus 1 minus 1, which becomes n minus 2 plus a square. The power comes down, so n minus 2 x to the power n ago minus 1, which is minus 3 plus and so on. I have a constant a n minus 1 the power comes down, so it is a 1 times x to the 1 minus 1, which is 0, and the derivative of a constant is 0. So what am I left with? N times x to the n minus 1 plus a into n minus 1 x to the n minus 2 plus a square n minus 2 x to the n minus 3 and so on, a to the n minus 1. Okay, so this is my final answer. Seventh question, I have f of x which is in terms of product, correct? So this is one function, this is another function. So this is of the form u into v. Appa Leibniz product rule enna? uv dash or a derivative which is uv the whole prime or the whole dash gives me vu dash plus uv dash. Okay, so what is my u? X minus a. V enna? X minus b. They have given a and b are some constants. Okay, so that is the constant. Derivative of a constant is 0, always remember. So in the u dash enna agum, derivative of x is 1 plus 0. V ke derivative of x v dash, derivative of x is 1 and the derivative of a constant is 0. So now I have to substitute it in the formula. F dash of x enna? V u dash, which is x minus b into u dash 1 plus u v dash, which is x minus a into 1. So this will be x minus b plus x minus a. So this is nothing but 2x minus b minus a. Out of the answer. Okay. Now, second subsection, f of x kuduthirukku, f dash of x. First I will open the bracket. So I have f of x equals a square x power 4 plus b square plus 2a x square b. Okay, a plus b the whole square. Now, f dash of x. Constant a square comes out. I have x power 4. So the power comes out. X becomes 4 minus 1, which is 3. Plus b is the constant. So b square mein constant. So the derivative of a constant is 0. So I have plus 0 plus 2ab is a constant. X square irukke. So the 2 comes out. And x or the power becomes 2 minus 1, which is 1. So what is my final answer? 4a square x cube plus 2 2s are 4. So 4ab x. Okay. Third subsection, f of x is x minus a divided by x minus b. Okay, it is very similar to this, but inge product, inge quotient. So using Leibniz quotient rule, what do I have? F dash of x equals v u dash minus u v dash divided by v square. So what is my v? It is the same as this. Correct? So I have u equals x minus a, v equals x minus b, u dash is 1, v dash is 1. So substituting it in the formula, f dash of x is v u dash, which is x minus b into 1 minus u v dash, which is x minus a into 1, which is x minus a, divided by v square. V square na x minus b the whole square. So bracket open panna enna agum? X minus b minus x plus a divided by x minus b the whole square. X and the minus x gets cancelled. So I will be left with a minus b divided by x minus b the whole square. Okay. Eighth question. F of x is given to be this. I need to find the derivative. So it is f dash of x. This is the quotient rule. So this is u divided by v. So what is my u? X to the n minus a to the n. My v is x minus a. So u dash and n x to the n minus 1. A is a constant. So the derivative of a constant is 0. V dash becomes 1. So what is my formula? F dash of x is v u dash minus uv dash divided by v square. V comes first without a derivative. So this is v u dash, substitute panna x minus a times u dash and nx to the n minus 1 minus uv dash, which is x to the n minus a to the n times 1 divided by v square, which is x minus a the whole square. So brackets multiply panna, I have n x to the n minus 1 into x. So it will be x to the n minus 1. X na the powers get added up. So it will be x to the n. So I have nx to the n minus a n x to the n minus 1. I am opening the bracket. So I have minus x to the n plus a to the n divided by x minus a the whole square. Nothing can get cancelled. So this is your final answer. Okay. Question number 9. F of x is this. So f dash of x is derivative of 2x and 2 minus derivative of constant is a 0. So I'll have 2. Okay, very simple. Second subsection, f of x is this. So I can either multiply the two bracket open panni multiply panni or a single term kondu vandu pannalam, or I see that this is in the term of a product. So product rule use panna u equals 5x cube plus 3x minus 1, v equals x minus 1. So u dash enna 5 3s are 15, x to the power 2, correct? 3 comes down, it gets multiplied with 5 and the power gets reduced by 1. So 15x square plus in the இடத்துல 3. And what is my v dash? Simply 1. Okay, so formula enna? F dash of x is v u dash plus u v dash. Okay, division quotient rule ku da minus varum, product ku you have a plus. So when I substitute the values, I'll have v x minus 1 times u dash 15 x square plus 3 plus u v dash, which is 5x cube plus 3x minus 1. So this is equal to, I'm going to multiply the brackets, 15x cube plus 3x minus 15x square minus 3 plus, I'll open the bracket, 5x cube plus 3x minus 1. If x cube terms are club panna 20x cube, x square vandu I only have minus 15x square, x terms I have 3x plus 3x, so I have plus 6x, then minus 3 minus 1, which is minus 4. Okay, question number 9, third subsection, again using the product rule. So product enna, this is my u, this is my v. So u equals x to the minus 3, v equals 5 plus 3x. So u dash enna, the power comes down and the power gets reduced by minus 1. So minus 3 minus 1 is minus 4. v dash enna, 5 constant is, so constant of derivative 0. Here I have 3x. So 3 times x over derivative is 1. So I have u dash and v dash. So what is the formula? v u dash plus u v dash plus, okay, don't get confused. So v u dash will be v u dash. So it will be 5 plus 3x times minus 3x to the minus 4. Bracket podunga, illati you think it's 5 plus 3x minus 3x to the minus 4 nu nanipinga. Okay, put a bracket u v dash. So I have x to the minus 3 times v dash, which is 3. So when I multiply, I have 5 3s are 15. So minus 15 x to the minus 4 minus 3 3s are 9, x to the, I have x to the 1 and I have x to the minus 4. So if the bases are same, I can add the powers. So x to the 1 minus 4, which is x to the minus 3. Okay, so x to the minus 3 plus 3 times x to the minus 3. So I have x to the minus 3, x to the minus 3. I can add the coefficients. So what do I have? Minus 15 x to the minus 4 minus 9 plus 3, which is minus 6 to the power x to the power minus 3. Okay. Fourth subsection, again using the product rule. So I have, this is my u, this is my v. So u x to the 5, v 3 minus 6x to the minus 9. So u dash and the power comes down, power gets reduced by 1. So 5x to the 4. In the v dash and 3 is a constant. So other derivative 0. I have minus, the power comes down, minus 9. It comes down along with the sign. Seriya, veru 9 mattum varadu. Minus oda sendu varum. So minus 9, x to the power becomes minus 1. So minus 9 minus 1 is minus 10. So what is this? 9x to the minus 10. Minus into minus becomes plus. So the formula enna, f dash of x is vu dash plus uv dash. So vu dash na enna, 3 minus 6x to the minus 9 times 5x to the 4 plus uv dash, which is x to the 5 times 9x to the minus 10. Okay, when I open the brackets, 5 3s are 15 x to the 4 minus 6 5s are 30 x to the minus 9 x to the 4 up x to the minus 9 plus 4, which is x to the minus 5 plus 9 x to the, in the இடத்துல it is x to the 5 x to the minus 10. So again it's plus 5 minus 10, which is minus 5. So I now go 15 x to the 4 minus 21 x to the minus 5. Okay. You can also further write them as minus 15 divided by x power 4 minus 6 divided by x cube. This is 15 x power 4 minus 21 divided by x power 5. Okay, you can write it like this. Fifth question. This is also in terms of product, correct? So this is my u, This is my v. So I have u equals x to the minus 4, v equals 3 minus 4x to the minus 5. So u dash and the power comes down and the power gets reduced by minus 1. So this becomes minus 4 minus 1, which is minus 5. Okay. V dash equals, derivative of a constant is 0, minus I have plus 20x to the minus 6. Okay, you have to be very quick while doing such questions. So v u dash, u v dash. So f dash of x equals v u dash, which is 3 minus 4x to the minus 5 times 4x to the minus 5 plus u v dash. So it is x to the minus 4 times 20x to the minus 6. So this open panna nago 4 3s are 12x to the minus 5 minus 16x to the minus 10, minus 5 minus 5 minus 10 plus I have 20x to the minus 10, minus 4 minus 6 is minus 10. So in the rendu term you club pannalama. So I have 12x to the minus 5 plus 4x to the minus 10, minus 16 plus 20 is plus 4. So I have 12 divided by x power 5 plus 4 divided by x to the 10. Okay. Next you have division 2 by x plus 1 minus x square by 3x minus 1. So division panna u divided by v and u divided by v. Okay. So I have u equals 2, v equals x plus 1. This is for the first term. So u dash and 0. V dash is 1. Okay, so this is for the first term. Second term ke u equals x square, v equals 3x minus 1. So u dash and 2x, the power comes down. V dash and 3. Okay. So I have f dash of x is v u dash minus u v dash divided by v square. Correct? So now I have two different terms. This is one term and this is another term split by minus. So f dash of x enna go 2 by x plus 1. So I'll have v u dash which is 0 minus u v dash which is minus of u v dash 2 times 1. So it will be 2 divided by v square which is x plus 1 the whole square. Correct? Minus I have the second term. I need to find the derivative of the second term. What will it be? V u dash. So it will be v u dash which is 2x times 3x minus 1 minus of u v dash. U v dash and 3 into x square. So I have 3 into x square divided by v square which is 3x minus 1 the whole square. Okay, you understand f of x minus g of x on the f dash of x minus g dash of x. But f dash of x say another, this is a division and this is also a division. Correct? So you're using the Leibniz quotient rule which is v u dash minus u v dash divided by v square. Okay, so now you simply have to solve them. So I have minus 2 divided by x plus 1 the whole square minus of, put a bracket. Okay, you have a minus sign. Be very careful when you have minus. So the multiply panna 6x square minus 2x minus 3x square divided by 3x minus 1 the whole square. 6x square minus 3x square and now go 3x square. So I have minus 2 divided by x plus 1 the whole square minus of 3x square minus 2x divided by 3x minus 1 the whole square. Okay, so this is my final answer. Maybe if you want you can take the x outside, but it is of no use. Maybe for it to look nice I can take it outside. So minus of x into 3x minus 2 divided by 3x minus 1 the whole square. Okay. Question number 10. Find the derivative of cos x using the first principle. But nama the tabular column le enna paathom, you have a c, so it is minus cos derivative sin. Okay, so we'll prove this using the first principle. So what do I have? F dash of x, I'll remind you, limit h tends to 0 of f of x plus h minus f of x divided by h. Correct? Now value substitute panna enna go, limit h tends to 0 of x plus h pota cos of x plus h minus cos x divided by h. Wherever you have an x, I am substituting it with x plus h. So this is cos a minus cos b. Cos a minus cos b, na, it is minus 2 sin. Correct? So limit h tends to 0. Whoever has watched my trigonometry video, you will understand what I am saying. Cos a minus cos b, na, minus 2 sin. Cos in the minus 2 sin. Correct? So you have minus 2 sin of a plus b by 2. So a plus b by 2 sin a minus b by 2. My a is x plus h, b is x minus 2 sin. Okay, cos ku mattum minus varum divided by h. So I have limit h tends to 0 of minus 2 sin 2x plus h divided by 2. This divided by 2 is inside sine, okay? It is an angle. Times sine of x and x gets cancelled. So I have sine x h by 2 divided by h. இப்போ h க்கு 0 போட்டா என்ன ஆகும்? Sine 0 by 0 which is 0 by 0, not defined. பண்ணக்கூடாது. So என்ன பண்ணலாம்? I see a sine. Sine ஓட angle என்ன? h by 2. So I can divide by 2 and multiply by 2. Why? Because I know limit x tends to 0 of sine x divided by x equals 1. Correct? So I can apply that here. So limit h tends to 0 of sine h by 2 divided by h by 2, not including this 2. Okay? So into 2 inge irukom. Here, if h tends to 0, h by 2 also tends to 0. Okay? That doesn't matter. You have to change the limit anyways. So this becomes limit h tends to 0 of minus 2 sine 2x plus h divided by 2. This term becomes a 1. So in the 2 and the 2 cancel aguma. So I'll be left with limit h tends to 0 of minus sine 2x plus h divided by 2. h is 0 pota, I'll have minus sine 2x divided by 2. 2 and the 2 will get cancelled. So I have minus sine x. Okay, so this is how you prove it. Last and final question of the exercise and the chapter. First, f of x is sin x cos x. So it is in the product form. So இது u, இது v. So I have u equals sin x, v equals cos x. So u dash and the derivative of sin x is cos x. V dash is minus sin x. போன questionல தான் பார்த்தோம். Okay? Cos, so minus. So I have f dash of x is v u dash plus uv dash. So I have v u dash which is cos x plus uv dash. So I have sin x minus sin x. Sin x into minus sin x. Okay? Bracket போடலனா it will be like sin x minus sin x and you will cancel it. பண்ணக்கூடாது. Okay? So cos square x minus sin square x. Sin x is sin square x and the minus comes out. So I have cos square x minus sin square x which is nothing but cos 2x. Correct? Trigonometry la pathoma. Cos 2x has 4 different forms. Cos square x minus sin square x, 1 minus 2 sin square x, 2 cos square x minus 1 and 1 plus tan square x by 1 minus tan square x. Correct? In the 4 form irukku. Now, second subsection, derivative of secant x. So this is my f of x. So my f dash of x will be secant x tan x. Okay? They have not asked to prove using the first principle. So you have to remember all these derivatives. Okay? Third, I have f dash of, this is my f of x. So f dash of x enna 5 அப்படியே இருக்கும். Secant x oda derivative is secant x tan x plus 4 times cos இருக்கு. Cos oda derivative minus sin x. Okay? So my final answer is 5 secant x tan x minus 4 sin x. Okay? So what is my derivative of cosecant x? C இருக்கு. So I definitely have a minus. Cosecant x oda derivative is cosecant x cot x. Okay? So maybe I'll try to prove this for you in a different method. First principle illama வேற எப்படி பண்ணலாம்? So I can also write cosecant x as 1 divided by sin x. Correct? So this is the form u divided by v. So v u dash minus uv dash divided by v square. So first u enna 1. V is sin x. U dash is 0. V dash sin x oda derivative is cos x. Correct? So I have f dash of x is v u dash which is v u dash 0 minus uv dash which is cos x divided by v square which is sin square x. So ipo enna irukku? I have minus cos x divided by sin square x can also be written as sin x into sin x. So cos x by sin x enna? Cot x. So I have minus cot x. 1 by sin x is nothing but cosecant x. Okay? You can also prove it this way. Sin x ku theriyum, so you can just take the reciprocal or you can directly also write it. Exam la idu prove alla pannittu irukka vendam. You have to know that derivative of cosecant x is minus cosecant x cot x. Okay? Ipo idhula direct substitution. So 3 அப்படியே இருக்கும். Derivative of cot x is minus cosecant square x. You have c அதனால minus plus 5 times c இருக்கிறதுனால minus cosecant x cot x. Okay? So my final answer is minus 3 cosecant square x minus 5 cosecant x cot x. Sixth subsection. So f dash of x is 5. Sin x oda derivative is cos x minus 6 times cos x for a derivative minus sin x plus derivative of a constant is 0. So I have 5 cos x plus 6 sin x. Okay, very simple. Seventh subsection, f dash of x is 2 அப்படியே இருக்கும். Tan x ஒரு derivative is secant square x minus 7 times secant x ஒரு derivative is secant x tan x. Okay, if you want you can take the secant x outside. So you have secant x times 2 secant x minus 7 tan x. Okay, very easy. So we are done with limits and derivatives chapter, but I have solved a lot of other exam questions and important questions from outside the textbook. NCERT இல்லாம நிறைய RD Sharma exam idea இந்த மாதிரி புக்ஸ்ல இதெல்லாம் போட்டிருக்கேன். So do solve them. I have solved more than 100 questions. So please refer to them. நிறைய போடுங்க அப்பதான் வரும். Okay, மெயினா solve first principle. அதான் தெரியுமே, இது டைரக்டாவே போட தெரியும். இது first principle னு அதை பிராக்டிஸ் பண்ணாம விட்டுறாதீங்க. எக்ஸாம்ல first principle னு கேட்டா வைக்க முழிப்பீங்க. அதனால அதை பண்ணாம please practice. All the best for exams. இன்னைக்கு நம்ம பார்க்க போறது லிமிட்ஸ், அதோட எக்ஸாம் questions. So some extra questions from outside the book. So பார்க்கலாம். Okay, so question number 1, limit x tends to 1, 2x minus 3 times root x minus 1 divided by 2x square plus x minus 3. So இப்போ நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம், யூசுவலா x is equal to 1ங்கிறத substitute பண்ணுவோம். So what do you get? Suppose 1 substitute பண்ணா you get 2 minus 3 1 minus 1 divided by இங்க 1 substitute பண்ணா 2 plus 1 minus 3 3 minus 3 0. denominatorல 0 வரக்கூடாது. So what do? We try to split it, இல்ல multiply, இல்லாட்டி ஏதாவது காமனா எடுக்க முடியுமா, இதெல்லாம் தான் multiple options. So இந்த இடத்துல என்ன பண்ணலாம்னு பார்ப்போம். So when you see the numerator, you have nothing that is common. 2 எடுக்க முடியாது, root எடுக்க முடியாது, எதுவுமே பண்ண முடியாது. multiply பண்ணாலும் again you will come back to the same square one. But you see that you have a irrational variable here. Okay, அதை வச்சுப்போம். இப்போ denominatorல என்ன இருக்கு? We have a normal quadratic equation. So we'll try to split it using the middle term. So what should be your product? இங்க இருக்கிற 2 மறந்துடாதீங்க. ஏன்னா x square ஓட coefficient is no more 1, it is 2. So product என்ன வரணும்? minus 6 வரணும். இந்த இடத்துல sum 1 வரணும். So what can you do? 3 times 2. Sum 1 வரும். 3 minus 2. ஏன்னா இந்த இடத்துல the product has to be negative, the sum has to be positive. அதனால 3 positive, 2 negative. So how do you split? I'm writing dr, which is the denominator. So 2x square plus x minus 3 can also be written as 2x square plus 3x minus 2x minus 3. So taking x common, first termல, so you have 2x plus 3. இங்கேயும் you need 2x plus 3. So எது common? minus 1. So இந்த இடத்துல என்ன வருது? 2x plus 3 into x minus 1. So basically denominator நம்ம split பண்ணா we get 2 factors. So இந்த இடத்துல what do you see? 2x plus 3 இருக்கு. numeratorல என்ன இருக்கு? 2x minus 3 இருக்கு. இதனால ஏதாவது பண்ண முடியுமா? முடியாது. next x minus 1 இருக்கு. இங்க root x minus 1 இருக்கு. So என்ன பண்ணலாம்? what can we do? So maybe இந்த இடத்துல irrationalா இருக்கிறதுனால we'll try to rationalize it. Okay? So now going back to the numerator. So numeratorல I'm going to multiply and divide by root x minus 1. So அப்ப என்ன ஆகும்? 2x minus 3 root x minus 1 root x plus 1 divided by root x plus 1. இப்படிதானே rationalize பண்ணுவோம். So what do you have? a minus b into a plus b. என்ன வரும்? a square minus b square. So what does your numerator become? 2x minus 3 times a square, அதாவது root x the whole square, which is x, minus b square, 1 square, divided by root x plus 1. denominatorல root x plus 1 இருக்கு. That's okay. So இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல this is your denominator and this is your numerator. So what does your fraction become? Numerator by denominator will be 2x minus 3 times x minus 1 divided by root x plus 1. இன்னொரு denominatorல இந்த ரெண்டு terms இருக்கு. So what do you do? 2x plus 3 times x minus 1. So So limit x tends to 1, numerator நம்ம இப்படி change பண்ணிருக்கோம். So what do we do? X minus 1 and x minus 1 goes off because this was causing the 0 by 0. அதனால அதை நம்ம delete பண்ணியாச்சு. இப்போ we have the remaining terms. இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல we substitute 1. So இந்த இடத்துல substitute பண்ணா என்ன ஆகும்? Equal to 2 minus 3 divided by root x, root 1 என்ன? 1. 1 plus 1 is 2 times 2x plus 3. 2 into 1, 2. 2 plus 3, 5. So 2 into 5. What do you get? Minus 1 divided by 10. That's the answer. Okay. F of x is equal to k cos x divided by pi minus 2x when x is not equal to pi by 2 and 3 when x is equal to pi by 2. So they say that limit exists. Find k. Okay? So if limit exists na enna artham? Left hand limit is equal to right hand limit. Abdina limit exists aagum. So what is your left hand limit? Limit x tends to pi by 2 minus. Adudana left hand limit origin ku left la. Pi by 2 minus of f of x. Pi by 2 minus na edu varum? Indha term varum. So k cos x divided by pi minus 2x. So in the இடத்துல ஏதாவது பண்ண முடியுமா? It is a very complicated term. So what I am going to do? So here I see that x tends to pi by 2. அப்ப நான் என்ன பண்ண போறேன்? Pi by 2 minus x y எடுத்துக்க போறேன். You will see y. Okay? So இந்த இடத்துல pi by 2 minus x y na, if limit x tends to pi by 2, y will tend to what? Pi by 2 minus x. X க்கு பதிலா என்ன போடணும்? மறுபடியும் pi by 2 போடணும். So that will become 0. Correct? So if x tends to pi by 2, y will tend to 0. So இப்போ இதை வந்து questionல மாத்தினா என்ன ஆகும்? Your question will become limit y tends to 0. எங்கெல்லாம் x இருக்கோ அங்கெல்லாம் என்ன போடணும்? X இடத்துல you will have to put pi by 2 minus y. புரியுதா? So wherever there is x, you will replace it by இந்த பக்கம் x போய் இந்த பக்கம் y வந்ததுன்னா என்ன ஆகும்? Pi by 2 minus y ஆகும். I'm just changing the variable. You will see why I'm doing that. So k cos of pi by 2 minus y divided by pi minus 2 times pi by 2 minus y. இப்போ ஏன் இப்படி பண்ண? What do you know? Cos of 90 minus theta is equal to sin theta. அதனால தான் அந்த pi by 2 minus y relation கொண்டு வந்தோம். So what do you see? Limit y tends to 0, k sin y, denominatorல என்ன ஆகும்? Pi, 2 cancel ஆச்சுன்னா you have minus pi, minus into minus plus, 2 into y, 2y. So you have plus 2y. Piயும் போயிடுமா? Pi minus pi is 0. So what do you have? Next step, limit y tends to 0, k times sin y divided by 2y. So what do you know? Limit x tends to 0, sin x divided by x is nothing but 1. So அதை யூஸ் பண்ணி என்ன ஆகும்? Limit y tends to 0, sin y by y will become 1. So I'm going to take the constant outside, k by 2. Limit y tends to 0, sin y divided by y. So this will become 1. So your final answer is k by 2. Okay? So this is the left hand limit. Right hand limit ke enna agum? Right hand limit la you will do the same thing. What will you do? X tends to pi by 2 plus. So you will have the same relation. You will do the same steps. You will have all this. You will get k by 2. So left hand limit is equal to the right hand limit, which means limit exists. அதுதான் கொடுத்திருக்கான். Left hand limit to right hand limit to equal, which is k by 2. அப்படின்னா என்ன அர்த்தம்? Limit x tends to pi by 2 of f of x is equal to 3. Correct? X is equal to pi by 2. What is the value? It is 3, which is also the left hand limit, which is also the right hand limit. அப்ப இது எல்லாத்தையும் ஈக்குவேட் பண்ணா என்ன ஆகும்? You get k by 2 is is equal to 3, which means k is equal to 6. So basically what are you doing in the sum? Sum கொடுத்திருக்கு, limit exists nu கொடுத்திருக்கு, find k nu சொல்றாங்க. Limit exists na என்ன அர்த்தம்? Left hand limit is equal to right hand limit is equal to the limit x tends to a of f of x. அப்படினா அந்த limit இருக்குன்னு அர்த்தம். Okay, so what are you doing? Left hand limit la x tends to pi by 2 minus. Right hand limit la x tends to pi by 2 plus. X tends to pi by 2 plus. இது வந்து right hand limit. So left hand limit la pi by 2 minus la என்ன ஆகுது? I am trying to substitute pi y is equal to pi by 2 minus x nu போட்டா இந்த x க்கு பதிலா what am I doing? I am doing pi by 2 minus y. I am just changing pi by 2 minus y. So அந்த மாதிரி போட்டா if x tends to pi by 2, what will y tend to? Pi by 2 minus x க்கு pi by 2 போட்டா it will become 0. So you have to change the limit also when you are changing the variable. Limit y tends to 0, pi by 2 minus y. Cos of some 90 minus theta will become sin theta. So sin y ஆயிடுச்சு. இந்த இடத்துல bracket open பண்ணா you get 2y. I'm taking the constant outside. I have the sin y by y inside the limit. Limit y tends to 0, sin y by y is nothing but 1. So this value is nothing but 1. Adnala you have k by 2. Now limit exists nu solranga. So what do you have? Right hand limit is equal to left hand limit, which means the limit exists, which is 3. Question la kuduthirukku. X is equal to pi by 2 la 3. X is not equal to pi by 2 na enna artham? Left hand limit, right hand limit. Not exactly pi by 2. Somewhere near pi by 2. So adu ellame equal. So you are trying to equate everything. K by 2 is equal to 3. So k is equal to 6. So that is your final answer. Okay. Next question. F of x is equal to k x square when x is less than or equal to 2, 3 when x is greater than 2. So they say limit exists, find k. Okay, so basically the equal to sign is over here. K x square when x is less than 2, 3 when x is greater than or equal to 2. Okay, so in that what is your left hand limit? Left hand limit is limit x tends to 2 minus. 2 minus na enartham? X less than or equal to 2 condition edukanum. So it's kx square. Kx square, which means k ku substitute x square ku substitute panna you get k times 2 square, which is 4k. So this is your left hand limit. What is your right hand limit? Limit x tends to 2 plus. 2 plus na x greater than or equal to 2. So what is the value? It is 3. It is independent of the value x. Anala 3. So what do you have? Limit left hand limit is equal to the right hand limit, which is equal to limit x tends to 2 of f of x, which is equal to 3. Ena 2 another. It is again 3. Idu vandu kuduthirukku because the limit exists. So when you try to equate the 1, the 2. 1 is equal to 2. So what do you have? 4k is equal to 3. K is equal to 3 by 4. Okay. Question number 4. Find limit x tends to 0 of f of x, where f of x is equal to 2x minus mod x. So first mod x will take the value x or minus x. Idu theriyum. Okay. First left hand limit. What is your left hand limit? Limit x tends to 0 minus of f of x. What is your f of x? Idha. So if x tends to 0 minus na enartham? It is to the left of the number line. So if left hand limit na enartham? It is a negative value. So mod x will take the value minus x, positive x kadiyadu. So what will happen? Limit x tends to 0 minus 2x minus mod x will take the value minus x. Okay, in the minus ko and the minus ko confuse agadinga. So what do you have? Limit x tends to 0 minus 2x plus x, which is 3x. 0 substitute panna enna agum? 0. So this is your left hand limit. What is your right hand limit? Limit x tends to 0 plus 2x minus mod x. If x plus 0 plus na enartham? It is to the right of the number line. Right of 0. அப்ப என்ன ஆகும்? Mod x will take the value x minus x கிடையாது. So mod x னா என்ன ஆகும்? Limit x tends to 0 plus 2x minus x, which is x. அப்ப 0 substitute பண்ணா என்ன ஆகும்? 0. So what do you see here? Right hand limit is equal to left hand limit, which means limit exists. So what is the limit? Limit x tends to 0 of f of x is equal to 0. This is the final step. You will say right hand limit is equal to left hand limit, which means the limit exists, and the limit is limit x tends to 0 f of x is equal to 0. That's the question. Find limit x tends to 0 f of x. Okay. Number 5. F of x is equal to 1 minus cos 2x divided by 2x square when x is not equal to 0 and k when x is equal to 0. Find k. They say limit exists. Obviously the question la kuduthirukko illiyo limit exists na da left hand limit right hand limit equate panni k kandupidikka mudiyum. Okay, so limit exists. So first left hand limit x tends to 0 minus of f of x. F of x enna 1 minus cos 2x divided by 2x square. Then enna panna mudiyum? Cos 2x 2x square. Namakku oru theorem theriyum. Enna theriyum? Limit x tends to 0 1 minus cos x divided by x is equal to 0 nu theriyum. But indha edathila cos x by x padila enna irukku? You have 2x by 2x square. So I am going to change the variable 2x as y. Namakku one single variable venum with no coefficient. Correct? So what I am going to do? 2x is equal to y nu eludha poren. So what will your x become? X becomes y by 2. So what will happen to the limit? If x tends to 0, then y will tend to 2x. Ilya, y is equal to 2x, which means 2 into 0 is 0. So y will tend to 0. So if limit you maathiyachu, variable maathiyachu. So how does your limit change? Limit y tends to 0 minus 1 minus cos y. 2x badala I am writing y divided by in that enna irukku 2x square. So you have 2x into x. So 2x badala I am going to write y. Innor x ku badala I am going to write y by 2. So times y divided by 2. Okay. So in that according to this formula 1 minus cos y by y including the limit. What is it? 0. Appa 0 by anything is 0. Avladha. By using this theorem, we say that limit y tends to 0 minus 1 minus cos y divided by y is equal to 0, which means the limit is 0. So same applies for right hand limit. Right hand limit la enna agum? Same. You'll have limit x tends to 0 plus of the same value. Marubadiyum 1 minus cos 2x divided by 2x square. Either in terms of y in edina, you'll get the same thing. So again, this is also 0. So since left hand limit is equal to right hand limit, limit x tends to 0 of f of x is equal to enna kuduthirukku? K. So this is also equal to this. So from 1 and 2, what do we get? 1 is equal to 2, which means k is equal to 0. Okay. Number 6. Limit x tends to 0 cos x divided by pi minus x. So what do? We substitute. Enna varum? Cos 0 divided by pi minus 0. Cos 0 is 1. So 1 divided by pi. That's your answer. Okay. Next question. Limit x tends to 0 sin ax plus bx divided by ax plus sin bx. So if 0 substitute panna enna agum? Sin 0 is 0, ingu 0. A into 0 0, ingu 0. So 0 by 0 it is not defined. So namakku enna theorem theriyum? Limit x tends to 0 sin x by x is equal to 1 nu theriyum. So kuduthirukra question kittathata indha mari change panna try pannum. So I am going to split the numerator and the denominator. So what do you have? Limit x tends to 0 sin ax plus limit x tends to 0 bx divided by limit x tends to 0 ax plus limit x tends to 0 sin bx. So if limit x tends to 0 bx enago, this will become 0. This enago, limit x tends to 0 ax enago, this will become 0. So what are you left with? Limit x tends to 0 sin ax irukku, limit x tends to 0 sin bx irukku. Oru term ah paapom. So taking the first term, you have limit x tends to 0 sin ax. நமக்கு இந்த form வேணும்னா என்ன வேணும்? Divided by ax வேணும். Divide பண்ணதுனால multiply பண்றேன். So this is your numerator. I'll write nr numerator. So what do you have? Limit x tends to 0 ax. So if x tends to 0, ax will also tend to 0. So இந்த இடத்துல ax வரணும். You have x tends to 0. இப்போ நம்மளோட x என்ன இங்க? It is ax. So இந்த இடத்துல if x tends to 0, ax also tends to 0. If x tends to 0, then ax also tends to 0. Okay? So what do you have? This is 1 times ax. So this is your numerator. What is your denominator? Your denominator is limit x tends to 0 sin bx. திரும்ப அதே தான் பண்ணணும். Limit x tends to 0 sin bx. So in the இடத்துல what am I doing? bx times dx. So இங்கேயும் அதே reason. If x tends to 0, bx also tends to 0. So in the இடத்துல it becomes bx. So what do you have? This is 1 times bx. So இது 1 na, you have bx. Now what is numerator divided by denominator? So what do you have? You have, don't forget the limit. Limit x tends to 0 ax by bx. So in the இடத்துல x க்கு 0 substitute பண்ணா என்ன ஆகும்? It will become 0 by 0 again. But you can cancel the x's. Correct? So what will it become? It will be a by b. Okay? Number 8. Limit x tends to pi by 2 tan 2x divided by x minus pi by 2. So என்ன ஆகும்? Pi by 2 substitute பண்ணா pi போயிடும். What is tan pi? Tan 180 degree. என்னது? Tan 180 is nothing but tan 180 minus 0, which is tan 0, which is 0. So tan pi is nothing but tan 0. So 0, denominator pi by 2 போட்டா 0. So it becomes 0 by 0, not defined. So what do we do? நமக்கு என்ன தெரியும்? Limit x tends to 0, tan x by x is equal to 1. We know this theorem. So இந்த இடத்துல என்ன இருக்கு? Tan x by x ன்னு நான் கொண்டு வரணும். So I have to do that. So இந்த இடத்துல x minus pi by 2 I'll take it as y. எப்படி நமக்கு இந்த ஐடியா வருது? ஒண்ணா क्वेश्चनல இந்த மாதிரி x minus pi by 2 இருக்கும். இல்லாட்டி இந்த மாதிரி limit x tends to pi by 2 இருக்கா? So maximum we'll try to have the limit to be 0. So இப்போ y tends to 0 னா என்ன பண்ணனும் நம்ம? x pi by 2 tend ஆனாதான் if x tends to pi by 2, then y will tend to x minus pi by 2. X க்கு pi by 2 போட்டா என்ன ஆகும்? Y will tend to 0. So that is how you do the substitution. It is just a trick. Okay? So limit x கிடையாது. Now the variable has changed. Limit y tends to 0. Tan 2x என்ன ஆகும்? I'm going to substitute for x. X will become y plus pi by 2. Correct? Y plus pi by 2 divided by x minus pi by 2 now is y. So you put tan 2 times y plus pi by 2. So what do you have? Limit y tends to 0. Tan 2 na multiply பண்ண போறேன். So you have 2y plus pi divided by y. So now limit y tends to 0. Tan of 180 plus theta is what? Tan theta. How do you know? All silver tea cups. Correct? So when you have tan theta, 180 plus theta na anartham. 180 inga irukku plus theta na over here. So tan is positive. So tan of pi plus theta will become tan theta. What is your theta here? 2y. So enna agum? Tan 2y divided by y. But நம்மளோடல என்ன இருக்கு? Tan x by x. So இந்த இடத்துல I need a 2. So basically இங்க 2 add பண்ணா இங்க 2 ஆல multiply பண்ணனும். கரெக்ட்டா? So if y tends to 0, then 2y will also tend to 0. So limit என்ன ஆகும்? Limit 2y tends to 0, tan 2y divided by 2y times 2. So this will become 1. So 1 into 2, 2. Okay. Limit x tends to 0, cos 2x minus 1 divided by cos x minus 1. So, cos 2x, cos 2x can be written as cos square x minus sin square x, or it can be written as 1 minus 2 sin square x, or it can be written as 2 cos square x minus 1. In the various forms, tan form, what will be the tan form? It will be 1 minus tan square x divided by 1 plus tan square x. These are the different forms. So, now we'll try to take this 1 minus 2 sin square x. So, limit x tends to 0, 1 minus 2 sin square x minus 1 divided by cos x minus 1. Now, in the form, already minus 1. I want this minus 1 and this minus 1 to go. So, 1 minus 1 is 0. So, now I have 2 sin square x here. So, if sin square x is nothing but 1 minus cos square x. Yeah, cos square x plus sin square x is 1. So, if sin square x, 1 minus cos square x substitute. So, you have minus 2. I'll take the minus 2 outside because it is independent of the limit. Sin square x 1 minus cos square x divided by cos x minus 1. Okay? So, if in the minus in the minus I multiply. So, what will happen when minus goes inside? This gets reversed. So, it will become cos square x minus 1. So, 2 times limit x tends to 0, cos square x minus 1 divided by cos x minus 1. So, basically you have cos square x minus 1, a square minus b square, which can be written as a plus b into a minus b. A minus b term is cancel. So, that is what I am trying to do. So, you have 2 limit x tends to 0, cos x plus 1 times cos x minus 1 divided by cos x minus 1. So, in the term cancel. This was causing the 0 by 0. So, in the 2 times, when you substitute x tends to 0, you have cos 0. Cos 0 is 1. So, you have 1 plus 1, which is 2 into 2, 4. This is your final answer. Show that if f of x is equal to x minus mod x divided by x when x not equal to 0 and minus 2 when x is equal to 0, then limit x tends to 0 f of x does not exist. Left hand limit is not equal to right hand limit. Prove is not equal to the exact limit itself. Prove. So, what is your left hand limit? Limit x tends to 0 minus. What is your function? This is your function. If left hand limit mod x will take the value minus x. So, what will it be? Limit x tends to 0 minus x minus minus x divided by x. So, in that you have limit x tends to 0 minus x plus x. 2x divided by x. Idu cancel achna, you get 2. So, this is your left hand limit. In here, you see that 2 is not equal to minus 2, which means it does not exist. But we right hand limit right hand limit enna? Limit x tends to 0 plus x minus, which is equal to limit x tends to 0 plus mod x will take the value plus x because it is x tends to 0 plus right side of x. It will be x minus mod x will be x divided by x. Appo enna agum 0. So, we see that left hand limit is not equal to right hand limit, which is also not equal to limit x tends to 0 of f of x, which is equal to minus 2. So, which means limit does not exist, hence proved. This is how you write a problem, okay? we're going to see derivatives exam questions. So இதுல நான் நிறைய முக்கியமான questions, கொஞ்சம் complicated, கொஞ்சம் difficultான questions solve பண்ண போறேன். உங்களுக்கு வேற ஏதாவது doubts ஏதாவது இருந்தாலும் கீழே comment sectionல comment பண்ணுங்க. So let's go. So first பேசிக்கா வந்து ஒரு சில derivatives, ஒரு சில functions ஓட derivatives பார்க்கலாம். அதை எழுதி வச்சிட்டு then we can proceed with the questions. Okay? So first, when you have dy dx of x to the n, it is nx to the n minus 1. When you have d by dx of a to the x, you have ax log a. When you have d by dx of e to the x, derivative of e to the x is e to the x itself. Okay? Then you have d by dx of ln x, natural logarithm. Adoda derivative enna 1 by x. Then you have d by dx of root x, which is nothing but 1 by 2 root x. Idu thavara we know basic trigonometric functions or derivatives. Sin x ku cos x, cos x ku minus sin x. So for cot x, it's minus cosecant square x. For tan x, it's secant square x. For cosecant x, you have minus cosecant x, cot x. What else? For secant x, you have secant x, tan x. So these are some basic trigonometric functions and their derivatives. So idella therinja we can proceed with the question. Okay? Question number 1. F of x is equal to 3 root x. So f dash of x enna 3 times derivative of 1 by root x is 1 by 2 root x. So what do you have? 3 by 2 root x. This is your answer. Second question. You have 5 e to the x. This is your f of x. So what will be your f dash of x? It will be 5 e to the x. No change. Next question. You have 10 a to the x. Which means if this is your f of x, f dash of x is equal to 10 a to the x log a. Okay, this is your derivative. Next question. D by dx of x cube plus e to the x plus 3 to the x plus cot x. இதோட டெரிவேட்டிவ் எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது? ஒரு டேர்மோட டெரிவேட்டிவ் எழுதிட்டே வர வேண்டியதான். So you have equal to x கியூபுக்கு என்ன? nx to the n minus 1. So 3 பவர் கீழே வரும். x 3 minus 1 is 2. இது first term. Second term, derivative of e to the x is e to the x itself. Derivative of a to the x என்ன? a to the x log a. Plus cot x ஓட derivative is minus cosecant square x. So minus cosecant square x. Okay? Next question. D by dx of x square plus 4 by x square minus 2 by 3 tan x plus 6e. So, இப்போ இதோட derivative எப்படி எழுதுறது? x square ஓட derivative is 2x. So, here we have 4 by x square. இது எப்படி எழுதலாம்? 4x to the minus 2 னு எழுதலாம். அப்போ minus 2 கீழே வந்தா என்ன ஆகும்? 4 times minus 2 x to the minus 3. So, இது எப்படி எழுதலாம்? 4 2s are 8. So, it will be minus 8 divided by x cube. Clear? 4 by x square 4x to the minus 2 னு எழுதுறேன். 4 constant அப்படியே இருக்கு. The power is coming down. So, it's minus 2. X to the minus 2 minus 1. So, it becomes minus 3. So, அது denominatorல கொண்டு வந்துட்டேன். 4 2s are 8. Minus இருக்கு. Minus. Okay? Next term. Minus 2 by 3. Tan x ஓட derivative secant square x. Plus 6 times e to the x ஓட derivative e to the x. But what is e? E is some constant value. 2.2 something. So, it is a constant value. So, e oda derivative will be 0. Derivative of any constant is 0. So, this is your final answer. So, what do you have? 2x minus 8 by x cube minus 2 by 3 secant square x plus 0. Okay? Question number 6. d by dx of 3 by cube root of x. Okay, it is not 3 root x, it is cube root of x minus 5 by cos x plus 6 by sin x minus 2 tan x by secant x plus 7. So, இப்போ இதில ஒரு டேர்மா நம்ம பண்ணலாம். We'll take the first term. So, d by dx of 3 divided by x to the 1 by 3. அதுதானே cube root of 3. So, இப்போ இது மேல வந்ததுன்னா என்ன ஆகும்? d by dx of 3 times x to the minus 1 by 3. So, 3 வெளியில எடுத்தாச்சு. X to the minus 1 by 3, what will it become? It will become into, the power will come down. X to the minus 1 by 3 minus 1. Minus 1 by 3 minus 1 enna? 3 LCM எடுத்தா minus 1 minus 3 minus 4 by 3. So, what do you have? 3 and 3 cancel ஆயிடும். So, it will be minus 1. X to the minus 4 by 3. So, what do you have? Minus 1 divided by x to the 4 by 3. Okay? So, this is your first term. What is your second term? 5 by cos x, which is nothing but 5 secant x. So, d by dx of 5 by cos x is 5 secant x. So, 5 வெளியில எடுத்தா secant x ஒரு derivative என்ன? Secant x tan x. Now, அடுத்த term. What is your next term? 6 by sin x. But 1 by sin x is nothing but cosecant x. So, d by dx of 6 cosecant x. Cosecant x or derivative when 6 comes out, it will be minus cosecant x cot x. What will it be? Minus 6 cosecant x cot x. Next term, minus 2 by tan x by secant x. So, tan x by secant x will be sin x by cos x divided by 1 by cos x. So, cos x cancel ஆயிடுமா? So, it will be sin x. So, d by dx of 2 sin x. 2 மறந்துடாதீங்க. 2 sin x. So, 2 வெளியில வந்துரும். Sin x ஒரு derivative cos x. 7 ஒரு derivative 0. So, what is your final answer? So, it will be minus 1 by x to the 4 by 3. You have a minus here. Minus 5 secant x tan x. You have a plus here. Plus you have a minus here. So, up and go plus into minus, minus. Minus 6 cosecant x cot x. You have a minus here, 2 cos x. So, minus 2 cos x plus 0. So, this is your final answer. So, this is your next question. This is of the form u times v. அப்ப என்ன தெரியும் நமக்கு? f dash of x is v u dash plus uv dash. இல்லையா? So, what is your first term? v u dash. So, v அப்படியே எழுதலாம். This is x minus 3 times d by dx of இது x square minus 5x plus 6 plus uv dash u x square minus 5x plus 6 times d by dx of x minus 3. So, what do you have? In the x minus 3 அப்படியே இருக்கும். d by dx of இந்த term என்ன? Power கீழ வரும். So, it will be 2x minus 5 plus 0. Plus, what do you have here? இந்த term அப்படியே இருக்கும். x square minus 5x plus 6. d by dx of x minus 3 is 1. So, I'm going to open the terms. 2x times x, 2x square. X times minus 5 minus 5x. 3 2s are 6 minus 6x plus 15 plus x square minus 5x plus 6. இப்போ என்ன ஆகும்? 2x square plus x square. 3x square minus 5x minus 6x minus 5x. என்ன ஆகும்? Minus 16x. 15 plus 6 will become 21 plus 21. So, this is your final answer. Question number 8. d by dx of 3x square plus 2x plus 5 divided by root x. So, this is of the form u by v. அப்ப என்ன ஆகும்? f dash of x is v u dash plus u v dash divided by v square. Denominator maradradinga. So what do you have? You have v u dash. So this is your v, this is your u. Okay? So you have v u dash d by dx of 3x square plus 2x plus 5 minus, sorry, it's a minus here, vu dash minus uv dash by v square. So you have minus uv dash. What is your u? 3x square plus 2x plus 5 times d by dx of root x divided by root x the whole square. Root x the whole square is x. Okay. Now the numerator. Root x times d by dx of in the term is 3 2s are 6x plus 2 minus 3x square plus 2x plus 5 times root x or derivative is 1 by 2 root x. In the bracket I open panla because we have a multiplication here. Multiplication mudichittu dhaan subtraction panum. Divided by x. So you have a root x term here. Inge or root x term irukku. So I am going to take LCM. LCM edutha enna agum? Root x multiply agum. 2 ஆல multiply agum. What is the denominator? 2 root x. So multiply panna 2x times 6x plus 2 minus 3x square plus 2x plus 5 whole divided by 2 root x times x. Irka? 2 root x times x. Okay? So what did I do? We have in the product irukku. So it is 3x square plus 2x plus 5 divided by 2 root x. 2 root x na LCM edutiten. So in that enna agum? Root x will become x. 2 inge irukku. 6x plus 2 minus 3x square plus 2x plus 5 into 1 divided by in the 2 root x times in the x. Okay? So this is x to the half, this is x to the 1. So which will be x to the 3 by 2. So in that enna agum? 6 2s are 12 x square plus 4x minus, now I am going to open the bracket. So ellame minus. 3x square minus 2x minus 5 divided by 2x to the 3 by 2. Clear? So இப்போ numerator என்ன இருக்கு? 12x square minus 3x square which is 9x square, 4x minus 2x. So it is plus 2x and you have minus 5. Minus 5 divided by 2x to the 3 by 2. That is your final answer. Root x is x to the half times x. அப்போ என்ன ஆகும்? X to the 1 by 2 plus 1. Which is x to the 3 by 2. Question number 9. Y is equal to root of 1 minus cos 2x divided by 1 plus cos 2x. Find dy by dx. அப்படினா என்ன அர்த்தம்? நம்ம function y with respect to x கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். Okay? So what do you know about cos 2x? Cos 2x has various forms. என்னலாம்? Cos square x minus sin square x or 1 minus 2 sin square x or 2 cos square x minus 1. So இப்போ இங்க என்ன இருக்கு? 1 minus cos 2x இருக்கு. What is 1 minus cos 2x? You have 1 here minus cos 2x which is 2 sin square x. இங்க என்ன இருக்கு? 1 plus cos 2x இருக்கு. 1 plus cos 2x na இந்த 1 இங்க போச்சுனா 2 cos square x. So what does your numerator and denominator become? இதை rewrite பண்ணா என்ன ஆகும்? Y is equal to 1 minus cos 2x is nothing but 2 sin square x divided by 1 plus cos 2x என்ன? 2 cos square x. So இப்போ 2 and 2 cancel ஆச்சு. Sin square x by cos square x என்ன? Tan square x. Tan square x root ல இருந்து வெளியில எடுத்தா you have tan x. So you have y is tan x. What is your dy by dx? Tan x or derivative is secant square x. That is your answer. If u is equal to 3t to the power 4 minus 5t cube plus 2t square minus 18t plus 4. Find du by dt when t is equal to 1. Okay? So, when we first differentiate pannanom, adukapram t engala irukko angala value 1 podum. Avladha. So, what do you have? Du to dt. So, with respect to t differentiate pannanom. So, what do you have? Or term pannalam. You have 4 3s are 12 t cube idum. Minus 5 3s are 15 t square. 2 2s are 4 t. Minus 18 plus 0. So, இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல du by dt where t is equal to 1. அப்படின்னா என்ன ஆகும்? 12 times 1 cube minus 15 times 1 square plus 4 times 1 minus 18. So, what do you have? 12 minus 15 minus 3 minus 3 plus 4 1. 1 minus 18 minus 17. That's your answer. So, this is the question. So, what do you have? Your f of x is nothing but x square to the power 1 by 3. So, என்ன இருக்கு? X to the 2 by 3. இப்போ f dash of x என்ன ஆகும்? Power கீழ வரும். X to the 2 by 3 minus 1. So, what do you have? Minus 1 by 3. 2 by 3 x to the minus 1 by 3 which is 2 by 3 cube root of x. Okay? d by dx of x by 3 minus 3 by x plus root x minus 1 by root x plus x square minus 2x 2 to the x plus 6x to the minus 2 by 3 minus 2 by 3 x to the 6. My question la pata பயன்படுத்தக்கூடாது. So what do you have? இந்த இடத்துல 1 by 3 x ஓட derivative 1. First term முடிஞ்சது. Second term it is 3 x to the minus 1. So 3 x to the minus 1 na derivative என்ன ஆகும்? 3 times minus 1 கீழ வரும் x to the minus 2. So what do you have? Minus 3 divided by x square. So minus of minus 3 divided by x square. இந்த minus இங்க இருக்கு. இதோட derivative minus 3 by x square. Okay? அடுத்த term. Root x ஓட derivative 1 by 2 root x. Minus 1 by root x ஓட derivative. So you have x to the minus 1 by 2. அப்ப என்ன ஆகும்? Power கீழ வரும். x to the minus 1 by 2 minus 1. So what do you have? X to the minus 3 by 2. So minus 1 by 2 x to the 3 by 2. Okay? So you have minus 1 by 2 x to the 3 by 2 plus x square order derivative 2x minus 2 to the x order derivative 2 to the x log a. In that a என்ன? 2. Okay? Next term plus 6 times minus 2 by 3 x to the minus 2 by 3 minus 1 minus 2 by 3 minus 1 என்ன வரும்? Minus 5 by 3. What is your last term? Minus 2 by 3 times 6 கீழ வரும் x to the 5. So these are all your terms. So what do you have? 1 by 3 minus into minus plus ஆயிடும். 3 by x square plus 1 by 2 root x minus into minus plus ஆயிடும். 1 by 2 x to the 3 by 2 plus 2x minus 2 to the x log 2. இந்த இடத்துல 3 யும் 6 ம் 2 ஆயிடுமா? So it is 2 times 2 4 x to the minus 5 by 3. இந்த இடத்துலயும் 3 யும் 6 ம் 2 ஆல போகும். So it is minus 4 x to the 5. That is your answer. Now the d by dx of 4 cot x minus half cos x plus 2 by cos x minus 3 by sin x plus 6 cot x divided by cosecant x plus 9. d by dx of 9 என்ன? 0. So next line ல கொஞ்சம் simplify பண்ணலாம். d by dx of 4 cot x அப்படியே வச்சுக்கலாம் minus cos x அப்படியே வச்சுக்கலாம் plus 2 by cos x becomes 2 secant x minus 3 by sin x becomes 3 cosecant x plus 6 cot x by cosecant x. Cot x is nothing but cos x by sin x divided by 1 by cosecant x is 1 by sin x. So sin pochuna it will be cos x plus 9. So what do you have? 4 times cot x or a derivative minus cosecant square x minus 1 by 2 cos x or a derivative minus sin x plus secant x or a derivative secant x tan x minus 3 cosecant x or a derivative minus cosecant x cot x plus cos x or a derivative 6 times minus sin x plus 0. So this is your first step. அடுத்த ஸ்டெப் எல்லா மைனஸையும் உள்ள கொண்டு போக வேண்டியதான். So what do you have? Minus 4 cosecant square x plus 1 by 2 sin x plus 2 secant x tan x plus 3 cosecant x cot x minus 6 sin x. Okay? d by dx of 4x cube plus 6 to the 8th root of x to the minus 4 plus 5 cot x. So இது என்ன ஆகும்? எப்படி எழுதலாம்? d by dx of 4x cube plus 6 x to the minus 4 to the 1 by 8 எழுதலாமா? plus 5 cot x. So this will become 2. So minus 1 by 2. அப்ப என்ன ஆகும்? 4x cube ஓடுது 12x square plus 6 times minus 1 by 2 கீழே வந்துரும் x to the minus 1 by 2 minus 1 plus 5 times cot x or a derivative minus cosecant square x. So what do you have? 12x square 2 6 போயிடும். It will be minus 3x to the minus 3 by 2 minus 5 cosecant square x. That's it. So let's start with question number 15. d by dx of x square plus 1 by x square the whole cube. So now what do you do when you have some x to the power 3? You bring the power down x and you reduce the power to minus 1. Correct? So you have 3x square. But what is your x in this particular case? You have a whole new expression. So what do you do in such cases? You take the derivative of this x square. Imagine this is your y. So what is d by dx of y cube? So it will be 3y square. So 3y square. What is your y? X square plus 1 by x square the whole square. But it is not yet over. You also have to take the derivative of this particular term. Why? Because in this case, in the இடத்துல it is a plain x. When you have simply just x, அப்ப என்ன பண்ணுவோம் நம்ம? You bring the 3 down. You have this x, you square it. But in the case it is not just x, but you have some expression here with some squares and plus. அப்ப என்ன பண்ணோம்? First you take the derivative of this whole term, which is 3 whole term, power gets reduced by 1. Now you have to take the derivative of what is inside this. Okay? So d by dx of x square plus 1 by x square. So what is your next step? இது அப்படியே எழுத வேண்டியதான். So write this down as is 3 times x square plus 1 by x square the whole square times what is d by dx of x square? 2x plus what is d by dx of 1 by x square? So when you have 1 by x square, which is nothing but x to the minus 2, you bring the power down and the power gets reduced by minus 1. So what are you left with? Minus 2 divided by x cube. So it will be minus 2 divided by x cube. So what is your final answer? 3 times x square plus 1 by x square times 2x minus 2 by x cube. Clear? So when you have some function inside the bracket, when it is not simply just x, first you take the derivative of this whole function, adukapra ulla irukra function derivative. So you take the derivative of the function that is inside. Okay? So this is your final answer. Question number 16. d by dx of x minus 4 divided by 2 root x. So this is how the form u by v. So what is your formula? vu dash minus uv dash divided by v square. So what is the answer? What is your v? 2 root x. U dash na, it will be d by dx of x minus 4 minus u v dash. What is your u? X minus 4 v dash. So it is d by dx of 2 root x divided by v square. So it is 2 root x the whole square. So what do you have? 2 root 3. d by dx of x minus 4 is 1. X over derivative 1 minus 4 over derivative 0. So you have times 1 minus x minus 4. d by dx of 2 root x is 2 is a constant. Root x over derivative is 1 by 2 root x. Go step by step. Okay. Divided by 2 root x the whole square. 2 square is 4. Root x times root x is x. So you have 4x. What is your next step? 2 root 3 minus in the 2 gets cancelled. So I have x times root x, which is x divided by root x, minus 4 by root x divided by 4x. So I can further simplify it. I have root x minus 4 by root x divided by 4x. Okay. 17. d by dx of x cos x. So it is of the form u times v. So what do? The formula is v u dash plus uv dash. So what do you have? V, this is your u, this is your v. So you have v u dash plus u v dash. So d by dx of cos x. So what do you have? Cos x, d by dx of x is 1 plus x times d by dx of cos x and minus sin x. So this is your answer. Question number 18. d by dx of x square sin x. So in this case, what's your u? X square. What's your v? Sin x. So when you substitute the formula, you have v u dash. V u dash plus u v dash. So here you have sin x times d by dx of x square is 2x plus x square d by dx of sin x cos x, which is equal to 2x sin x plus x square cos x. Okay. Question number 19. d by dx of x square e to the x sin x. Now since you have 3 terms, I'll club 2 of them as one single term. So enna pannalam? Now x square ex will be your u and sin x is your v. So same way, v u dash u v dash. Let's see what happens. So you have v u dash sin x d by dx of x square e to the x plus u v dash. So you have u v dash, which is d by dx of sin x. So what does your first term become? Sin x abhiye irukum. It will remain the same. d by dx of this particular term. So d by dx of again a product. Now this becomes your u, this becomes your v. Okay? It is like different derivatives edukumbodhu you have something inside the derivatives also. Correct? So when you have sin x, you take it outside. You also have x square e to the x, which is on the form uv. So the direct number differentiate panna mudiyadhu. Again you have to use the same v u dash plus uv dash formula. So what do you have? v u dash. So v u dash plus u v dash. So what is your u v dash of e to the x. So this is over. Now in the term, so plus x square e to the x, d by dx of sin x is cos x. So in the particular term is over. In the you have derivative, so it keeps going. Okay. So now next step, sin x times e to the x, d by dx of x square is 2x plus x square, d by dx of e to the x is e to the x itself, plus x square e to the x cos x. You can maybe further take the e to the x outside. So you have e to the x of 2x sin x, 2x sin x plus ex வெளியில எடுத்தாச்சு. So you have x square sin x, and in this term when e to the x is taken out, you have x square cos x. So plus x square cos x. Okay. d by dx of x square tan x. So this is a simple function. What do you have? You have u v. So v u dash plus u v dash. So tan x, d by dx of x square is 2x plus d by dx of tan x is secant square x. Okay, you have to remember all the derivatives. So this becomes 2x tan x plus x square secant square x. That's your answer. Okay. Next question. d by dx of e to the x times x cube plus root x. So when you take the derivative, you have u and v. Okay. So this becomes vu dash, v, put a bracket, u dash plus u p dash. This remains the same. d by dx of e to the x is e to the x plus e to the x of, what is the derivative of x cube? 3x square. What is the derivative of root x? 1 by 2 root x. That is your answer. Solve some derivatives, but rapid fire round mari. So we'll solve some derivatives. So I'll give the heading to be rapid fire. Okay. Okay. So question number 1, d by dx of e to the x cot x. u v form la irukku. So vu dash u v dash. v u dash, derivative of e to the x is e to the x plus u v dash. Cot x or derivative minus cosecant square x. That's the answer. Okay. Second question. d by dx of x cube secant x. So this is of the form u v multiplication. So vu dash u v dash. v u dash, derivative of x cube is 3x square plus u v dash, derivative of secant x is secant x tan x. That's your answer. Question number 3. X square plus 3x plus 1 times sin x. So this is again of the form, I need to find the d by dx of this. Okay. So this is of the form u times v. So vu dash u v dash. So what do I get? v u dash, derivative of x square is 2x, derivative of 3x is 3. 1 over derivative 0 plus u v dash. What is your u? You write the same thing. X square plus 3x plus 1. d by dx of sin x is cos x. That's your answer. Question number 4. d by dx of x power 4 tan x. So again it is of the form uv. So you have v u dash plus u v dash. Okay, that's your answer. Question number 5. d by dx of 3x minus 5 times 4x square minus 3 plus e to the x. Again, it is of the form u times v. So v u dash, v u dash. What is u dash? Times 3 plus u v dash. What is your u? 3x minus 5 times v dash and 4 2s are 8 times x. So 8x, 3 order derivative 0, e to the x derivative e to the x. You can try to open the brackets. So what do you have? 12x square minus 9 plus 3 e to the x. Okay, I'm multiplying the 3. Plus, what do I have? 8 3, 24 x square plus 3x e to the x minus 8 5s are 40 minus 40x plus minus into plus minus 5 e to the x. So what do you have? 12x square plus 24x square is 36x square plus what are the coefficients of x? You have 3x e to the x minus 40x. So plus x times 3 e to the x minus 40. What terms are dependent on e to the x? 3 e to the x minus 5 e to the x. So I have minus 2 e to the x. And what is left? I am left with minus 9. Any other constants? No. So minus 9. That's your answer. Question number 6. d by dx of x square plus 4x plus 5 times x cube minus 2. This is quite simple. So let's do it quickly. This is u, this is v. So v u dash. V u dash. What is your u dash? 2x plus 4 plus u v dash. So u v dash. What is your v dash? 3x square. 2 is a constant. Derivative of 2 is 0. So this is your answer, but you can further try to simplify. So 2x to the power 4 plus 4x cube minus 4x minus 8 plus, I'm going to multiply this inside. So I have 3x to the power 4 plus 12x cube plus 15x square. So when I try to simplify this, x to the power 4, I have 3 plus 2. So 5x to the power 4. What are the coefficients of x cube? 4x cube, 12x cube. So I have 16x cube plus 16x cube. What are the coefficients of x square? 15x square. So 15x square. Next x. What do I have? Minus 4x. What else? Nothing. So I have minus 4x minus 8. So this is my final answer. Question number 7. d by dx of x cube cos x minus 2 to the x tan x. So this is of the form uv, this is of the form uv. Either differentiate panno, then you subtract both. Okay, so let us do that. So here you have uv, so it's v u dash. What is your u dash? 3x square plus u v dash. So it's x cube. D by dx of cos x is minus sin x. Minus, in the term. So I'll open a bracket because we have a minus sign here. So u, so what do we have? V u dash. So it's v u dash 2x oda derivative enna? You have 2x log 2. A to the x oda derivative is ax log a. Right? So this is one term plus vu dash achu. Now we need uv dash. So it's 2x tan x oda derivative secant square x. I close the bigger bracket. Okay? So now when you try to simplify this, what will you get? You have 3x square cos x minus x cube sin x. I'm going to open the bracket minus 2 to the x log 2 tan x minus 2 to the x log 2 tan x minus 2 to the x secant square x. That's your final answer. Question number 8. So until now we were dealing with multiplication. Now we are going to deal with division. Okay. First u v paathom, ipo u by v. Okay. So you have d by dx of e to the x divided by 1 plus sin x. So we are dealing with d by dx of u by v in the formula vu dash minus uv dash divided by v square. Okay. So now let's solve this. So what do you have? V u dash. So this is u, this is v. V u dash. Derivative of e to the x is e to the x minus u v dash. One order derivative 0, sin x derivative cos x divided by v square. Don't forget the denominator. So what is the answer? You have e to the x plus e to the x sin x minus e to the x cos x divided by 1 plus sin x the whole square. That is your answer. Okay. Next question. D by dx of x square plus 5x minus 6 divided by 4x square minus x plus 3. So this is your u, this is your v. So what will you get? V u dash. This is your v u dash. U dash in 2x plus 5. This is derivative 0. So 2x plus 5 minus, I'm going to open the bracket. V u dash is over u v dash. So u v dash. What is your v dash? 4 times 2 8. 8x minus 1 divided by v square. Don't forget the denominator. You have 4x square minus x plus 3 the whole square. So what do you have? When you try to multiply, you get 8x cube minus 2x square plus 6x, but 2x mudijide. Now I have 5 plus 20x square minus 5x plus 15 minus, I'm opening the bracket. Now I'm going to multiply these two. So I have 8x cube (40x square) plus 40x square minus 48x minus x square minus 5x plus 6. Minus into minus plus. I'm closing the bracket. Divided by 4x square minus x plus 3 the whole square. So now what do you see? Let me try to open the bracket and see what I can cancel. So what is the numerator? 8x cube minus 8x cube. It becomes 0. So x cube term kadayadu. Now comes the x square term. So what do you have here? Minus 2x square plus 20x square, which is 18x square what do you have here? 40x square minus x square. So 18x square. Here you have 40x square minus x square, which is 39x square. You have a minus here. So it is 18x square minus 39x square. What is it? 21x square. So I have 21x square with a minus sign because it's 39 is the bigger number, right? So now x square term mudinjadhu. Now I need to look at x. I have 6x minus 5x, which is x. Inside the bracket, I have minus 48x minus 5x, which is minus 53x. So I have minus 53x. X minus 53x is minus 52x. Minus 52x. So now comes the constant terms. So I have 15. Here I have 6. 15 minus 6, 9. So it is plus 9 divided by, don't forget the denominator, 4x square minus x plus 3 the whole square. That's your answer. Okay. So if I make any mistakes, if you find out that I've made a silly mistake or some mistake with the sign, do let me know in the comment section below. I'll try to help or see what I can do. Okay. Now we were solving questions which involved division or multiplication. Now we are going to solve questions which involve both multiplication and division. So it's a combination. Okay. So if the division or multiplication or you will see how. Okay. So this is the first question. D by dx of x square sin x divided by 1 minus x. So what do you see? You have a u by v, but in the numerator you also have u times v. Correct? So it is a combination of both division and multiplication. So let's see how this goes. So first division. Bodmas rule. What is Bodmas? B-O-D-M-A-S. So you have learned Bodmas rule in your younger classes. So B na bracket. O is off, which is also multiplication. D division, multiplication, addition, subtraction. So this is the order you should approach any question, any maths question. Okay. So here you have division and multiplication. So first we are going to deal with division. Division ku formula enna? VU dash minus UV dash by V square. So V U dash minus U V dash divided by x square divided by V square. Correct? Now here you have a product U V. What is the formula? D by dx of U V is V U dash plus U V dash, V U dash plus U V dash. So what do you have? 1 minus x times V U dash. V U dash, derivative of x square is 2x plus U V dash. Sin x derivative enna? Cos x. So this part is over. Minus x square sin x. Derivative of minus x is minus 1 divided by 1 minus x the whole square. So what is your final answer? You can multiply inside or you can just leave it like that. So it is 2x sin x plus x square cos x, minus into minus plus. So plus x square sin x divided by 1 minus x square. Clear? Question number 2. D by dx of log x divided by x. So this is simply of the form u by v. There is no multiplication. So what do you have? V u dash. V u dash. What is the derivative of log x? 1 by x. So v u dash plus u v dash. X over derivative 1 divided by v square, which is x cancel I know. So you have 1 plus log x divided by x square. So that's your answer. Okay, this is very easy. I wanted to solve this because you need to know what the derivative of log x is. Okay. Next question. D by dx of e to the x times x minus 1 divided by x plus 1. So this is a combination of both multiplication and division. So u by v irukku, u v irukku. You have both. So what do you do first? You approach the division first. So what do you have? V u dash. So what is your v? V u dash d by dx of e to the x times x minus 1 minus u v dash. What is your u? E to the x minus 1 d by dx of x plus 1. This whole divided by x plus 1 the whole square. So what do you get? You have x plus 1 times d by dx of, now you have a product. So enna pannom, vu dash plus uv dash. So I'm opening the bracket, vu dash. Derivative of e to the x is e to the x plus uv dash. E to the x, v dash enna 1. So it's e to the x. Now in the term is over. Now I have a minus. I'm going to open the bracket. E to the x times x minus 1 d by dx of x plus 1 is 1. So times 1, which is just 1, whole divided by x plus 1 the whole square. Okay. So what do I have now? X plus 1 times e to the x common edutha, I have x minus 1 plus 1 minus I have e to the x minus 1. E to the x minus 1 divided by x plus 1 the whole square. So this goes off. So you have x e to the x times x plus 1 minus e to the x minus 1 divided by x plus 1 the whole square. So what happens when I further simplify this? I have x square e to the x plus x e to the x. Here I have minus x e to the x, minus x e to the x plus e to the x. So now go x e to the x and minus x e to the x, they get cancelled. So I'll just cancel them. So I have x square e to the x plus e to the x divided by x plus 1 the whole square. That's your final answer. Okay. D by dx of e to the x sin x divided by secant x. So this is also the form u by v and uv. So here it's a combination of both multiplication and division. So you do the division first. V u dash minus u v dash. So you have, don't forget the denominator, secant square x. So what do you have? Secant x. This is your u, this is your v. So I'm opening a bracket. V u dash. What is your u dash? E to the x. Derivative of e to the x is e to the x. Plus u v dash. Sin x derivative and cos x. I'm closing the bracket. This term is done. Minus e to the x sin x. Secant x or derivative? Secant x tan x divided by secant square x. So do you see secant x in this term and secant x in this term? One secant x cancels one of the secant x here. So what are you left with? Sin x e to the x plus e to the x cos x minus secant x pochna, you have e to the x sin x tan x divided by secant x. That is your answer. Okay. Until now, we were learning the derivatives of functions. Now we are going to learn derivatives of functions of functions. அதாவது ஒரு ஃபங்க்ஷனுக்குள்ளேயே இன்னொரு ஃபங்க்ஷன் இருக்கும். அப்போ டெரிவேட்டிவ் எடுக்கும் போது you have to find the derivative of the derivative of the derivative. அந்த மாதிரி it keeps going. It's like a nested derivative. Okay, nested loop computer scienceல படிக்கிறீங்கல்ல. So it is very similar to that. So let's solve some questions. Derivative of function of function. Okay. Question number 1. I have e to the 5x. So what is your derivative of e to the x? Derivative of e to the x is e to the x itself. But here x ku badil, what do you have? You have 5x, which means this is not just x. So you have to further take the derivative of this particular function, right? So first you get the derivative of e to the 5x, which is, so derivative of e to the x is e to the x, but what is your x? It is 5x. So you have to take the derivative of 5x also. So what do you have? Derivative of 5x is 5. So you have 5 e to the 5x. This is your answer. Clear? So you have a function inside a function. So this is one function. This is another function. So you have to find the derivative of the function first, and then you have to find the derivative of the function that is inside the function. Okay? Let us see another question. You'll have some better understanding. So you have d by dx of root cot x. So what is d by dx of root x? It is 1 by 2 root x. But in that, what is your x? It is cot x. So you have to first find the derivative of root x and then again take the derivative of cot x. Clear? So what do you do? Root x or a derivative 1 by 2 root x. In this case your x is cot x, and further you have to take the derivative of the function that is inside, which is cot x. So what will be your answer? It will be 1 by 2 root cot x. Cot x or a derivative minus cosecant square x. So minus cosecant square x. Okay. We'll solve a lot of such questions. You'll have a better understanding in the end of this video. Okay. Question number 3. d by dx of sine x cube. It is not sine cube x. It is sine x cube. So the function, first function is sine x cube. Second function is x cube. So the function is inside a function. So what do you do? First you take the derivative of sine x. Sine x or a derivative cos x. So in this case, cos x, what is your x? It is x cube. What is your function? It is x cube. So cos x cube. But in turn, you have to take the derivative of x cube. So what do you get? 3x square times cos x cube. Okay. Next question. d by dx of sine cube x. So do you understand the difference between these two? This is sine x cube. This is sine cube x, which means it's d by dx of sine x the whole cube. So this is of the form x to some power. So x to some power or the derivative x to the n is nx to the n minus 1. Remember? So what will you do? 3 comes down. 3 times, what is your function? Sine x square. So if x to some power, you have written it like that, but you have a function inside. So you take the derivative of sine x also. So you have 3 sine x the whole square is sine square x. Sine x or a derivative cos x. Okay. Next question. d by dx of e to the sine x. So it is a function of a function. So what do you do? E to the x or a derivative? E to the x itself times d by dx of sine x. So what do you get? E to the sine x. Sine x or derivative? Cos x. Okay. Next question. d by dx of ax plus b to the power m. So it is of the form x to the m. So what do you get? M ax plus b to the power m minus 1. In turn, you take the derivative of ax plus b, உள்ள இருக்கிற function. So you have m times ax plus b to the power m minus 1. d by dx of ax plus b is a. So I am writing the a in the front. Okay. So I have a m ax plus b to the power m minus 1. Next question. d by dx of 3x plus 5 to the power 6. So what do I have? X to some power. So what do you get? 6 times the function to the power 6 minus 1, which is 5. In turn, you take the derivative of 3x plus 5. Derivative of 3x plus 5 is 3. So what do you have? 3 times 6, which is 18, times 3x plus 5 to the power 5. Okay. Next question. d by dx of root of ax square plus bx plus c. So this is how the form root x. Root x or derivative 1 by 2 root x. What is your x here? Ax square plus bx plus c. In turn, you take the derivative of the function that is inside. So ax square plus bx plus c. So what do you get? 1 by 2 root ax square plus bx plus c times what is the derivative? 2ax plus b. C or derivative 0 because it is independent of x. Clear? Next question. d by dx of cos square x square, which means it's d by dx of cos x square the whole square. Okay. So now you have a function to the power 2. So when you take it out, x square or the derivative 2x. So which is 2 times what is your x? Cos x square. Now you take the derivative of the function that is inside. So cos x square. So what is your next step? 2 cos x square to the power 1. Correct? d by dx of cos x square. What is the derivative of cos x? It is minus sin x. But what is your x here? It is x square. Correct? So cos x square or the derivative minus sin x square. In turn, you have to find the derivative of this function. And if you had only cos x, you would have written minus sin x. But in what you have? You have x square. So you have to find the derivative of x square again. So this is like a function inside a function, inside a function. So you have 3 functions. Okay. So here derivative of x square is 2x. So the 2 comes out. It gets multiplied with this. So and this minus comes out. Minus 2. So I have minus 4 in the x cos x square sin x square. That is your answer. Get it? d by dx x square or the derivative is 2x. So the 2x I am bringing it forward. I have a minus sign. 2 times 2x 4x minus cos x square sin x square. Okay? d by dx of e to the root cot x. So e to the x or the derivative e to the x itself. But you have to find the derivative of the function that's inside. So you have cot x. Cot x or a derivative minus cosecant square x. So it is minus cosecant square x. Okay. Next question. Cos 2x plus 1. So you have to find the derivative of this particular function. So cos x or derivative enna? Minus sin x. What is your x? 2x plus 1. d by dx of 2x plus 1. So what do you get? Minus sin 2x plus 1 times 2. Okay, derivative of this particular function is 2. d by dx of root sin 3x. So root x or derivative 1 by 2 root x. What is your x? Sin 3x. d by dx of, what is the function that you have inside? Sin 3x. Now this remains the same. Root sin 3x. d by dx of sin x is cos x. But here you have 3x. Your x is 3x. So first we'll find the derivative of sin 3x. Sin x or derivative cos x. So 3x times d by dx of 3x. The function that is inside. So 3x or derivative 3. I'm going to bring the 3 outside. So I have 3 cos 3x divided by 2 root sin 3x. Okay. It is very easy. Step podunga. If you don't miss any steps, you will not make any mistake. So try to write each and every step. Try to write the d by dx of every function. Though you know 3x or a derivative 3 nu namak theriyum, but it's always better to write this particular step so that you don't miss this function out. Okay. Next question. d by dx of e to the x square. So e to the x or a derivative e to the x itself. You have d by dx of the function is x square. So you have 2x e to the x square. Okay. Next question. d by dx of root tan x. Root x or a derivative 1 by 2 root x, which is tan x. d by dx of tan x. What is your d by dx of tan x? Secant square x. So you have secant square x divided by 2 root tan x. Clear? d by dx of root cosecant x. So root x or a derivative 1 by 2 root x. d by dx of the function. So d by dx of cosecant x is minus cosecant x cot x. So minus cosecant x cot x divided by 2 root cosecant x. Okay. Next question. d by dx of tan root x. So the derivative of tan x is secant square x. So secant square root x. d by dx of, what is your function? Root x. So you have secant square root x. d by dx of root x is 1 by 2 root x. That's your answer. d by dx of cos square x, which is cos x the whole square. So x to the square, x to some power, you bring the power down. So you have 2 cos x d by dx of cos x. You have 2 cos x. Derivative of cos x is minus sin x. Minus 2 sin x cos x is minus sin 2x. Remember, 2 cos theta sin theta is sin 2 theta. Okay. Next question. d by dx of sin x square plus 1. So sin x or a derivative cos x, but you have to find the derivative of the function that's inside. So you have d by dx of x square plus 1 is 2x plus 0. So I have 2x cos x square plus 1. D by dx of sine 2x cos 3x. So what do you have here? You have a multiplication. So this is u, this is v. So you have vu dash plus uv dash. So it's v u dash. What is your u dash? Sine x or a derivative cos x. But you have sine 2x. So let me write cos 2x d by dx of 2x. Correct? So I have written v u dash plus u v dash. So sine 2x v dash, derivative of cos x is minus sine x, but I in turn need d by dx of 3x. So now I have 2x or a derivative 2. So I have 2 cos 3x cos 2x minus into plus minus, derivative of 3x is 3. So I have 3 sine 2x sine 3x. Okay. D by dx of cos 5x. Cos x or a derivative minus sine x minus sine 5x, but d by dx of 5x. So you have minus 5 sine 5x. Okay. D by dx of cot square x, which is cot x the whole square. So x square na 2x times d by dx of cot x. Cot x or derivative minus cosecant square x. Minus 2 cot x cosecant square x. Okay. Next, d by dx of 5 plus 7x to the power 6. Suppose x to the power 6, the derivative of x to the power 6 is 6x to the power 5. What is your x? To the power 5. D by dx of 5 plus 7x. D by dx of 5 plus 7x is 7. 7 6 are 42. 42 times 5 plus 7x to the power 5. D by dx of 3 minus 4x the whole power 5. X to the 5 or a derivative 5x to the 4. D by dx of 3 minus 4x. Derivative of 3 minus 4x is minus 4. Minus 4 times 5 minus 20. Okay. D by dx of root sine x cube. You have three different functions. You have a root, you have sine, you have x cube. So what do you do? Root x is your first priority. So you have 1 by 2 root x d by dx of sine x cube. Sine x or a derivative cos x. So times cos x cube, but you need to find the derivative of x cube. X cube or a derivative 3x square times 3x square. Am I going too fast? So basically you have root x or a derivative 1 by 2 root x, where your x is sine x cube. First step is done. Now you have to take the derivative of the function that is inside. So sine x cube or a derivative of sine x is cos x. So cos x, but your x is x cube. Step 2 done. Now step 3. You have to find the derivative of x cube. What is the derivative of x cube? 3x square. Okay. So you have three functions, the root, sine, and the x cube. Okay? d by dx of root x sine x. So here you have a product, u, v. So how many functions do you have? Root x sine x. Okay? So first we deal with the root. So we have 1 by 2 root x sine x. Now we have to take the derivative of x sine x. So it's vu dash plus uv dash. So it's v u dash, derivative of x is 1, plus u v dash, derivative of sine x is cos x. So this is your answer. Sine x plus x cos x divided by 2 root x sine x. d by dx of root cot root x. So how many functions do you have? You have a root, you have a cot, you have root x. So you have three different functions. So first we deal with the square root. Root x is 1 by 2 root x times derivative of cot x. Cot x derivative minus cosecant square x. So you have minus cosecant square, your x is root x. Square varudungadhanaala don't get confused if root x has to become x. Okay? It is only cosecant square x. What is your x? Root x. Okay. Now we have to deal with the root function. So root x or derivative 1 by 2 root x. So what is your answer? Minus cosecant square root x divided by 2 times 2, 4 root x. I also have root of cot root x. Okay. Next question. d by dx of e to the 2x sine 3x. So how many functions do you have here? You have e to the x, you have e, you have sine, you have 2x, you have 3x. So you have 4 different functions. Okay. So first we'll do the multiplication. vu dash, v u dash. So it's d by dx of e to the 2x plus u v dash. It's d by dx of sine 3x. Next step, sine 3x times derivative of e to the x is e to the x, but you also have a 2x. So derivative of 2x is 2 plus e to the 2x. You have d by dx of sine 3x. Sine x or the derivative cos x, where your x is 3x. Now you have this function. So d by dx of 3x is 3. Clear? So I take this 2 out. I take e to the 2x in common. E to the 2x times 2 sine 3x plus 3 cos 3x. Clear? You have 4 different functions. vu dash plus uv dash. So I've written the first step. Second step, function kulla function. E to the x has a 2x in it. So you take the derivative of e to the x, then take the derivative of 2x. Clear? Next question. d by dx of e to the minus 5x cot 4x. So again you have 4 different functions. E to the x, cot x, 5x, 4x. It's minus 5x. Okay, so it's u and v, vu dash plus uv dash. So you have v u dash. Derivative of e to the x is e to the x. You have a function inside. So the derivative of minus 5x is minus 5. Plus u v dash. So you have e to the minus 5x times d by dx of cot x. What is the derivative of cot x? Minus cosecant square x. So you have minus cosecant square. What is your x? 4x. In turn, you have to take the derivative of 4x. So derivative of 4x is 4. So what will be your answer? Taking e to the minus 5x to be common, e to the minus 5x times minus 5 cot 4x minus 4 cosecant square 4x. Clear? So what did I do? u v, which is v u dash plus u v dash, right? So what is your u dash? E to the x or a derivative e to the x, but x ku badala you have minus 5x, so you have to take the derivative of minus 5x, which is minus 5, plus u v dash. So I've written down the u, v dash, cot x or a derivative minus cosecant square x. So cot x is minus cosecant square 4x. The function is 4x. So you have to take the derivative of 4x, which is 4. I have taken e to the minus 5x to be common, and I have clubbed the other two terms. Okay. Next question. d by dx of cos x cube e to the x. So what do you see? You have a function cos which has two other functions, x cube and e to the x. Okay. So first we take the derivative of cos x. Cos x or a derivative minus sin x. Now you need to take the derivative of the function that is inside. So d by dx of x cube e to the x. This is of the form uv, multiplication. So v u dash u v dash. So let me write sin x cube e to the x. I'll open a bracket. V u dash. V u dash. X cube or a derivative 3x square plus u v dash. So it's x cube e to the x. E to the x or a derivative e to the x. So what do you get? Taking e to the x outside, I have minus e to the x sin x cube e to the x. Do not multiply this e to the x to this e to the x. A lot of people do that, I've seen. So this is the angle that is inside the sine function. So you cannot multiply these two. Okay? Times x cube plus 3x square. Okay? Why do I have to take this e to the x outside? It is just a neat way of representing the final answer. Okay? Last and the final question of limits and derivatives chapter. d by dx of e to the x log of sine 2x. So this is a log function. So how many functions do we have? E to the x, log, sine, and then 2x. So we have 4 different functions. Okay. So first, what do we see? We see multiplication. This is your u. This whole thing is your v. So you have vu dash plus uv dash. So v u dash. What is your u dash? E to the x plus u v dash. So it's e to the x d by dx of log sine 2x. Okay. So what is this? This becomes e to the x log sine 2x. I'm just rearranging. Okay. I just brought this here. Plus e to the x. Let me open a bracket. D by dx of log x. So derivative of log x is 1 by x. What is your x here? 1 by sine 2x. So you need to further take the derivative of sine x. Right? log x or derivative 1 by x, but your x is not just x, it's sine 2x. So you have to take the derivative of sine 2x. Taking e to the x common, e to the x of log sine 2x plus, what do I have here? 1 by sine 2x. D by dx of sine 2x is cos 2x. Sin x or derivative cos x. But I have cos 2x. In turn, I have to take the derivative of 2x. What do I get? Times 2. So what do I have in total? E to the x log sine 2x plus cos x by sin x is cot x. So it's cot 2x with a 2. 2 cot 2x. That's your final answer. Try to simplify as much as possible when you write the final answer. Okay? So thank you so much for watching Math and Me with me, Nikhila Sankar. With this, we have finished the limits and derivatives chapter. Exam questions nariya solve panniyachu. I've given you a lot of questions from outside your NCERT textbook, from various different other textbooks. So இதுக்கு மேலேயும் வேற ஏதாவது doubts இருக்கு, questions இருக்கு அப்படினா you can try to post the entire question. Take a picture and post it in your Instagram story and tag my account Math&Me Nikhila Sankar. So I'll try to respond as many questions as possible. All the best for your exams. Thank you. Bye.